This audiobook is a nonprofit fan adaptation of the web novel Comprehension Ability, Creating and Teaching the Tao in Various Worlds. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability, Creating and Teaching the Tao in Various Worlds. Chapter 3. He was born for the martial Tao. Please subscribe. On the other side of the summit, the initially disinterested figures, each occupied in their own conversations, barely paid attention to the one sensing the martial ancestors' divine radiance. There was no helping it. Behind the first group of invited martial Tao geniuses, many of the censors who had got in through back doors performed dismally. None of them had a martial Tao compatibility of more than 10%. If the martial ancestors' divine radiance wasn't so crucial, requiring their supervision upon activation, they probably would have left a long time ago. It's about to end. The leading figure was the great supreme elder of the martial temple, ranking just below the three who were out waging war in the seven-stage martial Tao. He glanced casually at the sight of the martial ancestors' divine radiance below. The next moment, the great supreme elder's pupils constricted sharply. In his sight, strands of the martial ancestors' divine radiance bubbled up as one divine statue after another began to emit 12-fold radiance. For a moment, inside the walls, at the site where the 7 divine statues were placed, the martial ancestors' divine radiance nearly spilled out. What's this? The great supreme elder's heart shook with awe. The only possible reason for the martial ancestors' divine radiance to be actively attracted was the presence of a censor with overwhelmingly powerful martial talent, causing the full revival of the divine radiance. This event had taken place several times over the past 100,000 years, but the attraction to the martial ancestors' divine radiance never reached the scale of today. Divine statues blooming with 12-fold light, and 7 statues at that. Am I dreaming? Another supreme elder murmured to himself. The 7 divine statues represent 7 different directions of martial Tao, such as prowess in killing, excellence in defense, mastery over domains, and so on. Since the establishment of the martial temple, indeed, there had been examiners who caused several divine statues to simultaneously bloom with radiance, but that was at most 3 or 4 statues, and each statue's radiance did not exceed 70%. Like now? 12-fold radiance? And all 7 statues at that? Genius. The strongest talent ever since the founding of our martial temple. The several supreme elders quickly recovered, and as strong martial Tao 6th rank experts, they should not have been so flustered. But the scene unfolding before them was simply too inconceivable. In front of the 7 divine statues, Lin Yuan quietly felt the submission emanating from the martial ancestors' divine radiance. The so-called martial ancestors' divine radiance was nothing more than the traces of the Tao and law that Lin Yuan had left on the 7 divine statues, now stimulated by an external force. It was sensitizing him to the most suitable physique and talent for martial Tao cultivation. Ever since the consciousness descent, Lin Yuan was not only steadily recovering his strength, but also allowing this physical body to undergo metamorphosis. As the once ancestor of martial arts, the direction in which Lin Yuan would transform his body would undoubtedly be the most suitable for martial Tao. The performance of the martial ancestors' divine radiance merely reflected the breadth of an ultimate physique within the martial Tao cultivation system. Such a physique was basically impossible to be born naturally, only appearing under the guidance of Lin Yuan, the ancestor of martial arts. Of course, this was unknown to outsiders, and even those 3 7th-rank old ancestors were clueless. By the side, the elder in a black robe was still engulfed in incredible shock. Having activated the martial ancestors' divine radiance so many times, he had never felt such a scene within the divine radiance before. And the fact that all 7 statues burst forth with 12-fold light also left this black-robed elder somewhat befuddled. For an examiner to make a statue shine with 12-fold light was rare enough for tens of thousands of years, but to have all 7 statues do so? Just as the black-robed elder wondered what to do next, several figures appeared silently beside him, their eyes burning with fervent gaze upon Lin Yuan. a martial Tao talent the likes of which had never been seen before. Heaven blesses our martial temple. Heaven blesses our martial Tao. These sudden figures were the supreme elders of the martial temple. Supreme elders. The elder in the black robe couldn't help but startle. Then he quickly realized. If even he had noticed the anomaly in the martial ancestors' divine radiance, how could the supreme elders have missed it? You may leave. The lead great supreme elder gave the black-robed elder a glance. Yes. The black-robed elder bowed immediately and quickly exited. Young friend. The great supreme elder conjured a trace of a gentle smile and greeted Lin Yuan before he seriously said, I wonder if you would be willing to join our martial temple? Having said this, including the great supreme elder himself, a tinge of nervousness appeared on all their faces. With the influence of the martial temple, they could indeed force Lin Yuan to join. As the heaven of Xianyao City, who would dare refuse the martial temple's decree? But that was something they did to outsiders. Given Lin Yuan's currently revealed terrifying talent, he would likely take charge of the martial temple in the future. In such a case, who would dare to coerce? Did they not fear retribution later on? For a peerless martial Tao genius who could revive the martial temple, coercion was the most foolish method. Join the martial temple? Lin Yuan looked towards the supreme elders of the martial temple. In fact, with his grasp over his own powers, he could have completely blocked the sensing of the martial ancestors' divine radiance. But Lin Yuan did not. The aim was to attract the attention of the martial temple and then join it, utilizing the temple's vast cultivation resources to swiftly recover his strength. The martial temple existed precisely to transcend the martial Tao cultivation system. It was inherently a force under Lin Yuan's command. It even matched part of Lin Yuan's plans for the future. In this journey, he had also planned to spread the martial path evolutionary path. With the martial temple at his disposal, Lin Yuan could avoid many detours. There was no need to start from scratch to build a force and then propagate the martial Tao. I am willing. Lin Yuan nodded and said, Willing. The great supreme elder and the other supreme elders exchanged glances, their hearts easing with immense relief. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 3. He, born for the martial Tao, please subscribe, _2. Outside the walls. Everyone was anxiously waiting. The duration of the martial ancestors' divine radiance was limited. The more time wasted by those in front, the less time available for those behind to experience it. Now, more than half an hour had passed since the last person entered, and if it dragged on much longer, the martial ancestors' divine radiance would likely come to an end. Chang Er couldn't have caused any trouble, could he? Lin Jianping's heart skipped a beat, and he could only hope silently. Outside, with the Lin family's means, as long as the trouble Lin Yuan caused wasn't too great, they could basically smooth things over. But this place was the martial temple, where even a randomly grabbed person had more background and status than the Lin family. If Lin Yuan caused trouble here, Lin Jianping felt his scalp tingle at the thought. It couldn't be. Shun Jun quietly reassured him from beside. However, similar worries surfaced in her heart. The time Lin Yuan spent perceiving the martial ancestors' divine radiance was extraordinarily long. It was hard not to let one's thoughts drift in that direction. Before long, the old man clad in the black robe came out. To everyone, he said, Ladies and gentlemen, the martial ancestors' divine radiance has ended. You may all return. Ended? So soon? It wasn't this quick in previous years, was it? Although the waiting crowd felt extremely reluctant, they dared not question it. What kind of joke would that be? To question the martial temple? Did they no longer wish to live? It's over? Upon hearing this, Lin Jianping looked confused. Where's my son? He hadn't seen Lin Yuan come out from the beginning to the end. Lin Yuan hadn't emerged. Yet it was over. Lin Jianping wanted to ask but didn't dare to. He could only continue to wait in place. Soon, the others began to leave one after the other. It's over. Chang'er must have really gotten into trouble. Lin Jianping felt a chill in his heart, and Xinzhen's face also looked troubled. If there had been no trouble, their son should have come out by now. Just as the two decided to summon the courage to inquire what had happened, the black-robed old man hurried over to Lin Jianping and Xinzhen and said with a somewhat respectful demeanor, "Are you Lin Chang's parents? Please come with me." The tone of the black-robed old man was gentle, utterly lacking the haughtiness he exhibited towards those other people. He was well aware that given Lin Yuan's performance during the perception of the martial ancestor's divine radiance, his future status in the martial temple could be described as immeasurable. Therefore, at this moment, his attitude towards Lin Yuan's parents had to be without any overstepping, or else he would be laying the groundwork for his own trouble. "We are," Lin Jianping hastily said. This black-robed old man was a steward of the martial temple, and elders and patriarchs from big families in Xianyao City were as reserved as grandsons meeting their grandfathers in front of him. Yet now, such an important figure was speaking to him with such a gentle tone. This made Lin Jianping feel as if he were dreaming. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries, the black-robed old man straightforwardly said, "Lin Chang is a martial Tao prodigy. You need not worry." The black-robed elder refrained from revealing too much, only releasing bits of seemingly trivial information to stabilize their emotions. "My son, a martial Tao prodigy?" Lin Jianping blinked and couldn't react for a long while. Xinzhen beside him felt the same. They knew what their son was like, didn't they? Deeper within the martial temple, several supreme elders gathered here once again. After personally taking Lin Yuan to the temple's highest-class cultivation cave dwelling, they came here. Lin Chang, Father Lin Jianping. Information about Lin Yuan appeared before the supreme elders. Even though Lin Yuan's martial talent and innate abilities left them unable to calm down for a long time, the most basic background investigations still needed to be done. Even if, in the view of the supreme elders, this background check didn't mean much. No matter what hidden dangers were in Lin Yuan's identity, they had decided to keep this unprecedented martial Tao prodigy in the martial temple at all costs. Looking at the current situation, he comes from a clean background, born and raised in Xianyao City. The second supreme elder was very satisfied. Certainly, they had been prepared for the worst-case scenarios, such as problems with Lin Yuan's background or some sort of enemy. No matter what, the martial temple would protect him. But without these complications, all the better. "What should we do next?" the third supreme elder asked. The martial temple, as the place of martial Tao heritage, already had a complete process for cultivating disciples. When to do what, which techniques to practice, and so on. All were provided with detailed guidance. However, given the talent displayed by Lin Yuan, the several supreme elders felt that following the past few sets of disciple cultivation procedures was simply a waste. "Let's do this. We few old fellows will personally teach him. How about that?" The great supreme elder suddenly spoke up. "Personally teach him? No problem. I too want to see what differentiates a martial Tao prodigy who makes all 7 statues shine with 120% of their brilliance." The supreme elders readily agreed. In a high-grade cultivation cave dwelling, Lin Yuan was seated cross-legged in this place. The cultivation environment here is very suitable for martial Tao cultivators. Lin Yuan felt it for a while, and a smile appeared on his face. Xianyao City wasn't established above a spirit vein, hence the spiritual energy wasn't abundant, but there was a kind of vitality that's extremely nourishing for martial Tao cultivators. Especially in this cave dwelling, if Lin Yuan were to let himself absorb freely, not to mention restoring to the 8th layer, at least reaching the 7th rank would be as easy as turning his hand over, and definitely wouldn't take more than 50 years. Choosing to have my consciousness come directly to the spirit realm seems to have been the right decision. The cultivation environment of this world far surpasses that of the lower realms of the central divine continent, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Indeed, Lin Yuan could also have his consciousness descend to the lower realms in the central divine continent and then take over Jun Wuji's body, instantly gaining 7th rank strength, and then ascend to the higher realms. But there are significant disadvantages to that approach, namely that Jun Wuji's body, the domain he established at the 7th rank, was an erroneous one, far inferior to the perfected perfect 7th stage in the main world. Furthermore, ascending to the spirit realm through the ascension platform still involves risks, and breaking through space, smuggling oneself directly from the void into the spirit realm similarly involves risks. After much deliberation, directly descending consciousness to the spirit realm was the best choice. Although starting off lower, now with the help of the martial temple, recovering to the 8th layer wouldn't take long. The next day, the Great Supreme Elder took the initiative to visit Lin Yuan. "How do you feel?" the Great Supreme Elder asked kindly. Other disciples, even core disciples, needed to stay at the martial academy and undergo various tests when they joined the martial temple. But of course, Lin Yuan didn't need to do those things, as the Supreme Elders themselves were to be his masters. Now that the Great Supreme Elder had come over, he planned to personally instruct Lin Yuan and give him a complete impression of the martial Tao cultivation system. Not bad. Lin Yuan nodded. The environment here was indeed quite good. "Have you looked at those books?" The Great Supreme Elder glanced at a bookshelf not far away, filled with jade slips that held a vast amount of information related to martial Tao. One only needed to press a jade slip against their forehead to read it. "Yes," Lin Yuan said. The information in those jade slips had helped Lin Yuan roughly familiarize himself with the current martial Tao. "Then tell me, what have you learned?" The Great Supreme Elder intentionally tested Lin Yuan and asked. "The explanation of martial Tao is somewhat one-sided," Lin Yuan said. "Oh, one-sided." The Great Supreme Elder became interested. Martial Tao should encompass all things to grow, all things to thrive. That is the essence of martial Tao, Lin Yuan stated calmly. All things to grow, all things to thrive. An intrigued light flickered in the eyes of the Great Supreme Elder. Of all the paths in the spirit realm, aside from the exalted immortal path, who dared to comment on their path in such a manner? "What do you mean by all things to grow?" The Great Supreme Elder continued to inquire. "Time and space, yin and yang, the 5 elements." Lin Yuan's pace of speech didn't fluctuate, and he spoke in a deliberate and measured manner. More than an hour later, the Great Supreme Elder walked out of the cave dwelling looking somewhat dazed. How did it go? How did it go? How did the teaching go? What's his understanding of martial Tao like? The Supreme Elders were quite curious. His understanding of martial Tao. The Great Supreme Elder looked around at his fellow elders and finally, with an indescribable tone, said, "He is born for martial Tao. All credit goes to the original author." Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 4, Centuries of Time. Subscribe please. Born for martial Tao. Several Supreme Elders were stunned. This evaluation could not be considered anything less than high. Placed within the realm of the immortal path, it denoted a dazzlingly brilliant, unparalleled genius, an immortal king seed. Though martial Tao was not as esteemed as the immortal path, this acclaim was not something everyone could bear. Do you not believe it? The Great Supreme Elder glanced at them and sighed softly. Honestly, before he taught Lin Yuan, he also did not believe there was any martial Tao cultivator in the world who could be described thus. But afterward, the Great Supreme Elder truly realized Lin Yuan was indeed such a person. Wait till tomorrow, after you have taught him, then you will understand. The Great Supreme Elder shook his head slightly and strode away. In the following time, several Supreme Elders of the Martial Temple tried in succession to teach Lin Yuan, but the outcomes often left a sour taste, as they posed questions to Lin Yuan, who would ponder briefly before providing answers. However, Whenever Lin Yuan casually returned a question, the Supreme Elders would think for a long time, struck dumb without an explanation, and ultimately, it was Lin Yuan who provided the answers. As for his progression in martial Tao cultivation, Lin Yuan made leaps and bounds. With the martial temple providing a full array of resources, his advancement rate was terrifying. In less than a year, he had traversed a path that ordinary martial Tao geniuses might not cover in decades. What the Supreme Elders did not know was that the cultivation speed showcased by Lin Yuan was deliberately shown. As for his true cultivation speed, it was far more frightening than what they could imagine. Martial Temple Guest Hall. Lin Yuan sat casually. Lin Jianping and Xin Zhen were visibly exhilarated. Chang Er, you don't know, the clan head of the Zhao family, he was so nice to me, all because of you, Chang Er. Lin Jianping looked at his son with an indescribable happiness. In his life, the most correct decision was to let Lin Yuan experience the martial ancestors' divine radiance. Though till this day, he did not know what position Lin Yuan held in the martial temple, or what level of disciple he had become after joining. But as time passed, under Lin Yuan's casual guidance, the martial temple showed subtle signs of closeness to the Lin family. This alerted the major families and powers in Xianyao City. Those who previously looked down upon the Lin family now treated them well. Is that so? Lin Yuan said with a smile. Currently, his status in the martial temple was quite special. Not a disciple, but personally taught by several supreme elders of the martial temple. Theoretically, Lin Yuan's seniority and qualification should be considered on par with this generation's Lord of the Martial Temple. With just a word from Lin Yuan, even the Lord of the Martial Temple would not dare to object. The family chatted for a while. Then Shan Zhen pulled Lin Jianping to get up and leave. Chang Er, you must take good care of yourself in the Martial Temple. Shan Zhen still felt a pang of heartache for Lin Yuan. She had heard that the competition within the martial temple was fierce. Even those core disciples had to pay a huge price to obtain what they wanted. Now that her son could influence the martial temple, the price he must have paid was imaginable. Don't worry, I am doing quite well inside, Lin Yuan said. Even as Lin Yuan said this, Shen Zhen's eyes turned redder, feeling that Lin Yuan was just putting on a brave front. After seeing off his parents, Lin Yuan then returned to his cultivation cave dwelling. This world, after developing for tens of thousands of years, has explored many different pathways for martial Tao. Lin Yuan fell into thought. Joining the martial temple for nearly half a year, besides his daily cultivation to restore his strength, he observed the changes in the current martial Tao cultivation system. Although Lin Yuan was the founder of martial Tao, initially, he had only laid down the first rank chapter to the 7th rank chapter. The 7th rank chapter was only a beginning, and the initially established 7th rank chapter was hardly perfect. After returning to the main world, Lin Yuan created a satisfying 7th rank chapter. It's a pity, so many years have passed, and yet no 8th layer part has emerged. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. As far as Lin Yuan knew, the strongest in today's martial Tao were but 3 7th rank martial Tao. These 3 7th ranks, the strongest one named Li Qing, was originally Lin Yuan's direct disciple from the lower realms. As for the other 2, they were later generations of 7th rank, who he taught after ascending to the spirit realm. Of the 3 7th ranks, Li Qing was at the 7th rank peak, while the other 2 hovered in the mid to late 7th rank. 7th rank peak. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. The path of martial Tao that Li Qing followed was what Lin Yuan had initially left behind. Although it was just the beginning of the 7th rank, Lin Yuan's final assumptions for the continuation of the 7th rank made it not too difficult for Li Qing to reach the 7th rank peak. It was undoubtedly easier than creating the 7th rank chapter from nothing. Of course, since Lin Yuan's originally left behind 7th rank chapter was not perfect, it almost made it impossible for Li Qing to step into the 8th rank. Even in the main world, the 8th rank was a very critical stage, with the 8th rank evolution path being a prerequisite for the major evolvers. That's also right. Though this world has passed tens of thousands of years, the martial Tao is ultimately not considered a strong path, without enough beings investing in it, and with the 7th rank chapter having taken a detour, it is not surprising that no 8th rank part emerged. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. He could step into the 8th rank because his 7th rank was almost perfect, combined with Against Heaven's understanding, as well as the numerous cultivation conditions in the main world, and ultimately the countless evolution paths within the body of a supreme being. With so many factors enhancing him, it enabled Lin Yuan to achieve what he has achieved today. As for the martial Tao of the spirit realm, if Lin Yuan had not had a consciousness descent this time, it would probably take another 1,000,000 years without any martial Tao cultivator stepping into the 8th rank. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 4. Centuries of Time. Subscribe please. _2. The 8th stage of martial arts should correspond to the Transcendence Tribulation stage in the Immortal Cultivation System, right? Lin Yuan thought of the Immortal Cultivation System. The Transcendence Tribulation stage is also known as the Immortal King. Tribulation Transcending Celestial King. Even when surveying the 3,000 Tao provinces of the spirit realm, the Tribulation Transcending Celestial King stands at the absolute summit. To step into the Transcendence Tribulation stage, one must transcend both the heart demon tribulation and the bodily tribulation. Only then can one break through to the Transcendence Tribulation stage and assume the position of an immortal king. This is similar to the need to overcome the heart demon tribulation when advancing from the 7th rank to the 8th rank. Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. The difference is that advancing from the 7th rank to the 8th rank only requires overcoming the heart demon tribulation, whereas the true immortals of Tao integration in the spirit realm must also face an additional bodily tribulation. Tribulation transcending celestial kings, wielding the power of creation, overlooking the spirit realm, and even capable of divine travel through hundreds of thousands of lower realms? Lin Yuan thought of what he had read about the tribulation transcending celestial kings. This information was collected by the Martial Temple. Although the martial Tao cultivation system is different from the immortal cultivation system, those who came later still hold the top-tier experts of Tao with awe. I wonder what the difference is between a tribulation transcending celestial king and an 8th rank evolver. Lin Yuan was curious. The cultivation system is different, so naturally, the abilities displayed at each stage are also different. If a tribulation transcending celestial king corresponds to the 8th rank, that's only a rough equivalence in terms of combat power. As for the specific details and techniques, only a personal confrontation would tell. Power of creation? Lin Yuan stroked his chin. This power is the core strength of a tribulation transcending celestial king, the greatest confidence for immortal king-level powerhouses to overlook all beings. Is it another term for the power of the world, or simply another type of energy? Do tribulation transcending celestial kings not have their own inner worlds at all? Lin Yuan's thoughts fluctuated. The most powerful method of the 8th rank evolvers is the power of the world cultivated within their inner worlds. But as for the power of creation held by the tribulation transcending celestial kings, its true nature remains unknown. The Martial Temple's level is after all not high. It cannot gather detailed information about the immortal king-level powerhouses. Deep within the Martial Temple, several supreme elders gathered together again. Chang Er's talent is too strong. We're unable to teach him anymore. The second supreme elder was silent for a while before speaking the truth. They are all martial practitioners of the 6th stage martial Tao, equivalent to ancient saints of the Nether Refinement period. In the spirit realm, ancient saints of the Nether Refinement period can also dominate a region. At least within a city like Xianyao City, a battle prowess of the ancient saints level is considered top-notch. But facing Lin Yuan, they all felt a bit intimidated. Lin Yuan's learning capability and cultivation speed are too fast. So fast that it made them doubt how they had lived through the years. So, what should we do? The third Supreme Elder asked. Now the only option is to ask the three ancestors for guidance. Perhaps only the three ancestors are qualified to teach Chang'er. The great Supreme Elder spoke. The three ancestors? The remaining Supreme Elders were inwardly startled. The three ancestors here naturally refer to the three seventh-stage martial Tao strong practitioners, the founders of the martial temple. However, currently, these three seventh-stage martial Tao practitioners are all battling for the Daoud Immortal Sect. Daoud Immortal Sect has protected Xianyao City for many years, not only because a true immortal of considerable prominence within the sect negotiated an agreement with that mysterious martial ancestor, but also because of the merits the three ancestors had established for the Daoud Immortal Sect over the years. Now, it seems only the three ancestors can teach him. The third Supreme Elder sighed. Anyway, they didn't dare to continue teaching, otherwise they would undoubtedly risk damaging their own state of mind. It's too exaggerated. If they hadn't confirmed that Lin Chang's soul and body were perfectly integrated, they would suspect that Lin Chang might have been seized by some old monster. In the spirit realm, seizure is not an uncommon occurrence. I will contact the three ancestors right away. Seeing that the other Supreme Elders had no objections, the great Supreme Elder stood up and said, "The three ancestors are engaged in external battles. If there is no major issue, they are not to be disturbed, but the matter concerning Lin Yuan is considered a major issue by the Supreme Elders." Within the cave dwelling, Lin Yuan, in addition to cultivating, was also sensing the great Tao rules of the spirit realm. Taiyin rule. Lin Yuan's mind stirred, and streams of the extremely yin and pure power of Taiyin converged in the depths of his pupils, merging with the power of Taiyang to form the power of Taiji. I didn't expect that not long after arriving, I would comprehend the Taiyin rule. Lin Yuan was in a good mood. Despite spending nearly 20 years in seclusion in the main world without comprehending the Taiyin rule, he had managed to grasp it not long after crossing over. However, my current strength is too weak to condense the rules. Otherwise, it would be interesting to see what will happen when the Taiyin rule merges with the Taiyang rule. Will it form a new rule? The Taiji rule? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The rules of the Great Tao are elusive. To condense a certain rule, one must first thoroughly understand it, and second, possess a body and soul capable of carrying that rule. Of course, Lin Yuan wasn't able to condense the Taiyin rule just yet, but he could still use it. Once a certain rule is fully understood, even a mortal can, in every action, align with this rule and unleash a power that far exceeds their limits. This traversal does allow for the awakening of a new physical body, divine ability. Lin Yuan seemed to think of something, and his eyes lit up slightly. The sixth stage martial Tao chapter draws from the essence of body cultivation, enabling the condensation of divine physical body abilities that belong to a martial Tao cultivator. So far, Lin Yuan had condensed two physical body divine abilities. The first one is blood rebirth. The second is mountain moving. The former had brought tremendous help to Lin Yuan. Even the opening of that mysterious gourd relied on the blood rebirth ability. Then there's that gourd. Lin Yuan's consciousness sank into the depths of his mind, looking at the towering and massive door to the myriad realms. If Lin Yuan wished, he could use a strand of world-breaking origin force at any time to bring over the mysterious gourd. But after some thought, Lin Yuan decided to wait a while more. His current strength was still too weak, and the mysterious gourd was too precious. It would be better to wait until he had sufficient power to protect himself in this world before considering it. Cultivate, cultivate. Lin Yuan's thoughts converged, and he started cultivating again. Although he was under the protection of the martial temple now, and did not need to worry about safety, there were still many things waiting for Lin Yuan to do, and all these things required strength. On the edge of the Xianwang domain, inside a palace, three figures were sitting cross-legged, their qi and blood circulating and faintly vibrating in all directions. The martial temple has sent me a message. The first figure on the left opened his eyes and spoke. The martial temple? Has something big happened? The first figure on the right also opened his eyes. They had long told the martial temple not to contact them lightly unless something significant happened. "What's the matter?" The figure in the middle opened her eyes and asked slowly. This figure was a stunningly beautiful woman who was none other than Li Qing, the direct disciple Lin Yuan had once accepted. They say that the martial temple has received a once-in-an-age genius who, upon perceiving the martial ancestors' divine radiance, caused 7 divine statues to tremble, all aglow with 12-fold brilliance, the figure on the left explained. All 7 divine statues radiant with 12-fold brilliance. The tonality of the figure on the right wavered slightly. Even he had only managed to make 1 divine statue tremble and shine with 12-fold brilliance back in his day. Indeed, a once-in-an-age genius. Li Qing nodded and said, "What does the martial temple want us to do?" "They want one of us to go back and personally instruct this genius," the figure on the left said. "Go back. One of us?" Li Qing frowned slightly. "The battle with the other great realms is at a critical moment. We cannot leave. Not even our primordial spirits can depart." "In that case, reply to the martial temple that in 100 years, I will personally return to guide this once-in-an-age genius," Li Qing said. She valued martial arts geniuses highly. Perhaps influenced by Lin Yuan in the past, Li Qing was willing to offer each martial Dao cultivator the chance to advance further. 100 years? Yes, in 100 years, the conflict will mostly cease, and by then, the 3 of us can return to see for ourselves. Let that once-in-an-age genius cultivate on their own for these 100 years, and when we return later, we will personally guide them, the figure on the right said. To take the spirit realm as a teacher, Li Qing affirmed with a nod. Although he had no clear idea about the peerless genius of the martial temple, taking the spirit realm as a teacher was surely the right approach. Countless powerful beings had been nurtured in its immensity. Traveling through the 9 heavens of the spirit realm occasionally yielded awakenings even for them as 7th-rank martial Tao cultivators. "I just don't know if the kid can withstand it. The aura of the 9 heavens is not something ordinary people can endure," Shanyang thought again. "If he can't handle it, we'll just take it slow," advised Li Qing. "You also shouldn't disregard his feelings." "Don't worry, elderly. I'll be careful," Shanyang replied with a smile. If he detected that the youngster couldn't bear it, he would immediately halt the journey. "I've prepared 3 Qingtian spirit elixirs," another 7th-stage martial Tao cultivator spoke up. His name was Nie Yun, a being from the spirit realm who had stepped into the 7th stage of martial Tao 20,000 years prior. Qingtian spirit elixir? That's a foundation establishment divine elixir for those below the 6th rank. It must not have been easy to concoct a batch. Shanyang expressed slight surprise. "Difficult or not, it needed to be done," Nie Yun said with seriousness. "For the prosperity of our martial Tao." Even though the martial Tao cultivation system currently had 3 7th-rank ancestors at the helm, it still didn't quite measure up to those colossal entities with millions of years of heritage. Not to mention other forces, the Dao Immortal sect alone could easily crush the current martial temple. The Dao Immortal sect had dozens of Dao Integration True Immortals and more than 5 at the Dao Integration peak. Even more critical was the fact that the immortal path they pursued held the potential to ascend to the Tribulation Transcendent stage. This alone was something the martial Tao cultivation system could never compare with. "For the prosperity of our martial Tao," Li Qing said solemnly, emphasizing each word. She vaguely remembered that it was Lin Yuan who had rescued her in the East Sea and taught her martial Tao. Therefore, Li Qing had long considered the things Lin Yuan wished to do as her own, which was to spread the martial Tao cultivation system. It was the same in the world of Central Divine China. Now, even in the vast spirit realm, Li Qing still regarded this as her lifelong goal. The martial temple. Within the cave dwelling, Lin Yuan continued to attempt absorbing the orange-yellow liquid. Boom, boom, boom. Terrible flames burned within his body, counteracting the regenerative power produced by blood rebirth, and finally, Lin Yuan's form collapsed. Before long, Lin Yuan underwent blood rebirth and returned once again. "It looks like it'll be a while before I can fully absorb the orange-yellow liquid," Lin Yuan steadied his mind and slowly recovered from the pain experienced while absorbing the orange-yellow liquid. So far, Lin Yuan's inner world had been subject to a 5.2 times base enhancement. If he completely absorbed the orange-yellow liquid, it would reach a 6.66 times enhancement. At that time, the size of the inner world would approach 26 million li. Let's take a break first. Lin Yuan did not immediately resume the absorption of the orange-yellow liquid. Though the liquid inside the mysterious gourd could continuously enhance the strength of his physical body and inner world, the devastation and suppression it caused to his spirit will grew heavier and heavier, requiring Lin Yuan to rest for several hours after each absorption. The Great Supreme Elder is looking for me? The three ancestors have returned? Suddenly, Lin Yuan received a message from the Great Supreme Elder. The 7th stage Martial Tao. Li Qing. Lin Yuan's thoughts drifted to the image of Li Qing. At that time, as his Taiyang divine spirit roamed the East Sea, he saw a village on a small island being slaughtered by demonic beasts, and Lin Yuan casually saved them. And Li Qing was from that village. Later on, Lin Yuan discovered that Li Qing had a not inconsiderable talent for martial Tao cultivation, so he took her back to Baiyu Island casually. Let's go take a look. Lin Yuan rose to his feet, walked out of the cave dwelling, and headed towards the Martial Temple Hall. At this moment, inside the Martial Temple Hall, a few supreme elders stood there respectfully. 3 figures were seated in the principal seats. They were the Martial Temple's 3 7th-rank ancestors. They were Li Qing, Shan Yang, and Nie Yun. Ancestor, we have informed Lin Chong to come over, said the Great Supreme Elder respectfully. I understand. Shan Yang nodded. After meeting him, I'll take him directly to explore the 9 heavens. The 9 heavens of the spirit realm, strictly speaking, are located in different spatial layers, each one featuring unfathomable sights, either the external rules manifesting or the essence of the world revealing itself. For lower-ranking cultivators, going to observe the 9 heavens is akin to a great opportunity. However, the 9 heavens are not so easy to enter. Typically, only true immortals of the Unity realm can enter to explore. As for taking someone along, whether true immortal or 7th rank who wishes to bring juniors into the 9 heavens, they would need to pay a significant price. And the duration is limited.
Soon.
While waiting for the 3 7th-rank ancestors, Lin Yuan's figure appeared, entering the hall. Good lad. Shan Yang took a careful look at Lin Yuan and burst into hearty laughter. Old ancestor is giving you a great opportunity. Follow me to explore the 9 heavens. After speaking, Shan Yang's figure vanished on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing beside Lin Yuan. Immediately after, Shan Yang grabbed Lin Yuan's shoulder, intending to ascend directly to the 9 heavens. However, the next moment, Shan Yang's expression froze. His right hand resting on Lin Yuan's shoulder trembled slightly. He looked at Lin Yuan as if he had seen a ghost. Why is he so heavy? All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension ability: creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 7. Born for the Martial Tao. The Martial Tao rises because of him. Please subscribe. As a 7th-stage Martial Tao practitioner endowed with a formidable physique, Shan Yang could easily lift enormous divine mountains weighing hundreds of thousands of feet. That was merely pure strength. If he relied on other means, Shan Yang's power could surge dramatically. This is the difference between Martial Tao and the Immortal Path. Immortal Path cultivators focus on the spirit, starting from the Golden Core stage, through the Nascent Soul stage, Divinity Transformation stage, and Refining Void period, where most of their cultivation concentrates on the spirit. Martial Tao is different. Although it can condense the primordial spirit, it still bases itself fundamentally on the physical body, with vast and ocean-like vigor and blood. However, at this moment, Shan Yang was terrified within. He grabbed Lin Yuan's right hand but couldn't lift it at all. Heavy. Heavy. Exceedingly heavy. It was as if what stood before him was not a person but an entire world. But how could that be possible? A person as heavy as a world? Shan Yang's mind was like a paste, unable to react for a long time. He even doubted whether his strength had declined. You wanna lift me? Lin Yuan glanced at Shan Yang. His expression revealed a hint of strangeness. How heavy was he? Leaving aside his physical body. As an 8th stage of martial arts, his body had undergone a 5 to 6 times amplification through the mysterious gourd. Every drop of his blood, every strand of hair, by the standards of the main world, weighed over 10,000 tons. The weight of the physical body was actually the lesser concern. The key was the world inside Lin Yuan's body that spanned a circumference of 26 million miles. This world resided inside Lin Yuan. Though it wasn't visible, that didn't mean it didn't exist. Usually, Lin Yuan operated the power of this world, balancing the gravitational pull originating from the spirit realm internal to his body. But it was merely a balance. If an outsider tried to lift Lin Yuan, they would need the strength to lift a world with a 26 million mile circumference. And just how heavy would a world with a 26 million mile circumference be? Probably heavier than several stars combined. Compared to Lin Yuan's strange demeanor, Shan Yang quickly came to a realization. It was not that his strength had waned, but rather that Lin Yuan, whom he considered a young fellow, was indeed excessively heavy. Heavily beyond imagination. So heavy that it surpassed his limits of strength. Therefore, even with all his might, he still could not budge him in the slightest. Not far away, Li Qing and Nie Yun looked at Lin Yuan and Shan Yang, who were caught in a deadlock. In their view, Lin Yuan stood there quietly while Shan Yang held onto his shoulder, seemingly about to straight ascend, but then abruptly halted. In the next moment, Shan Yang's figure violently retreated, like a startled rabbit, stopping by Li Qing and Nie Yun's side, staring intensely at Lin Yuan. Who exactly are you? This scene baffled Li Qing and Nie Yun. Then the two of them quickly understood. Li Qing observed Lin Yuan intently and found that she couldn't see through him. The aura emitted by Lin Yuan was flawless and perfect, beyond her insight. For a moment, the two 7th-rank martial Taoists realized the gravity of the situation. The power of their vigor and blood began to spread and envelop the entire martial temple and Xianyao city in an instant. Who am I? Lin Yuan chuckled softly, then said, You needn't send me to the 9 heavens anymore, as my Yin spirit and Yang spirit have been cultivating there for years. The central divine China world has its 9 heavens, a battlefield where ancient saints of refinement void clash. And in the spirit realm, there is also a 9 heavens that is far more mysterious than in the divine continent, containing many marvels that guide the understanding of the essence of the world. Thus, decades ago, Lin Yuan had already sent his Yang god and Yin god to the 9 heavens for enlightenment. Cultivating in the 9 heavens? Shan Yang and Nie Yun exchanged glances, feeling an even greater sense of oppression. Only a 7th rank or a true immortal had the strength to venture to the 9 heavens, but even they could only make brief stays. If they stayed too long, the pressure from the 9 heavens would be unbearable for 7th ranks and true immortals. As for cultivating there, perhaps only a tribulation stage celestial king had the capability to regard the 9 heavens as a place of cultivation. Of course, short-term cultivation such as a few months or a few years is likely feasible for peak true immortals. The two 7th-stage martial Taoists currently had no clear understanding of Lin Yuan's strength, nor the purpose behind his infiltration into the martial temple. Yin spirit and Yang spirit. Li Qing gazed at Lin Yuan, somewhat lost in thought. For hundreds of thousands of years, countless martial Tao cultivators had emerged like carp in a river. And there were many who reached the 5th stage of martial arts and condensed a martial Tao primordial spirit. However, among 5th-rank cultivators with primordial spirits of various forms, Li Qing could only recall one being named the Yin spirit and Yang spirit. The Yin spirit and Yang spirit implied the cultivation of two diametrically opposed forces, where a slightest mishap could lead to irrevocable doom. Fusing yin and yang to condense the yin spirit and yang spirit had only been achieved by Li Qing's master, the ancestor of martial arts, since the inception of martial Dao. By her side, Nie Yun and Shan Yang felt indecisive, uncertain whether to attack or not. If they attacked, the two of them really had no confidence. Shan Yang had just exerted all his strength without being able to move Lin Yuan even slightly. The opponent's strength might not have reached tribulation, but was likely not far off. With their combined strength, even combined with peak 7th rank Li Qing, they wouldn't stand much of a chance, and by attacking they might irreversibly sever all relations. But if they didn't attack, Nie Yun and Shan Yang looked at Li Qing, deciding to leave the decision to Li Zhu. However, when they turned to look at Li Qing, they noticed her expression changing unpredictably, her gaze fixed on Lin Yuan, seemingly hesitant to speak. What's happening? All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 7. Born for the martial Tao. The martial Tao arises because of him. Please subscribe, _2. Nie Yun and Shan Yang were filled with confusion and doubt. Li, after so many years, you haven't changed a bit. Lin Yuan smiled faintly as he looked toward Li Qing and spoke. Upon hearing these words, Li Qing's eyes immediately began to redden. Nearly unable to control her emotions, she subconsciously uttered 2 words, Master. It had been tens of thousands of years. Only the once Lin Yuan had ever called her that. Li Qing had almost forgotten that she even had such a nickname. Go on. Tell me about what has happened over the years. Lin Yuan casually found a place to sit down. Over the past 100 years, he had been mostly cultivating, although he had obtained a lot of information about the spirit realm and the Dao Immortal sect through the martial temple. But certainly, none of it was as detailed as what Li Qing, a 7th-stage martial Tao at its peak, knew. The minds of Nie Yun and Shan Yang beside him were once again thrown into chaos. What happened? Why would Li Zhu call Lin Yuan master? Master? The idea that struck both 7th-stage martial Taoists was unbelievable. Li Qing's master was the legendary martial ancestor. Could it be that this young man before them was the martial ancestor, the opener of martial Tao? But how is that possible? Wasn't it said that the martial ancestor had vanished long ago? No need to stand, have a seat. Lin Yuan glanced at Li Qing, Nie Yun, and Shan Yang as he spoke nonchalantly. Instantly, an invisible force emerged. Nie Yun and Shan Yang subconsciously sat down. Li Qing too gently took her seat. This power? Nie Yun and Shan Yang's scalps tingled. In face of this invisible force, they had absolutely no ability to resist. Their pride in their martial Tao vitalities seemed as if rendered ineffective. Martial ancestor. That is the martial ancestor. Nie Yun and Shan Yang were shaken to the core. Lin Yuan at this moment gave off a feeling far stronger than Songqing Immortal from Dao Immortal sect, who was only half a step away from becoming a tribulation-transcending celestial king. Master. You finally returned. Li Qing's eyes were moist. For hundreds of thousands of years, she never stopped searching for traces of Lin Yuan. The Dao Immortal sect claimed that Lin Yuan never ascended to the spirit realm from the ascension platform. He may well have broken through the barriers of the lower realms, entering the spirit realm amid the chaos of the void. However, this method of entering the spirit realm was highly uncertain, and one wouldn't typically arrive in Dongyan Tao province, let alone anywhere within the region of the 3,000 Dao provinces. The spirit realm is vast and boundless, with the 3,000 Dao provinces being just a part of it. The rest are mostly desolate areas. Master? Li Zhu's address is Master? The respectfully standing supreme elders were caught in a storm of shock. Even though they had already highly estimated Lin Yuan, they had not foreseen that he would be Li Zhu's master. How could this be? The martial ancestor. Chong Er is the martial ancestor. The great supreme elder's mind trembled. Even though the scene was incredibly unbelievable and Lin Chang's connection to the martial ancestor was incomprehensible, Li Zhu certainly would not deceive them. As the direct disciple of the legendary martial ancestor, Li Qing would surely be well versed about the martial ancestor and would not recognize the wrong person. That I would come to think that Chang Er was born for martial Tao. The great Supreme Elder's scalp numbed with this evaluation. For any martial Tao cultivator, it was an inner affirmation and acknowledgement, even hinting at pushing martial Tao to new heights. But if the person was the martial ancestor, it was not flattery, it was profanity. Born for martial Tao. Utterly wrong. The entire martial Tao arose because of the martial ancestor. I encountered some issues, which is why I arrived only now. Lin Yuan offered only a few words to explain experiences spanning hundreds of thousands of years. Li Qing and the two others didn't harbor much suspicion. The spirit realm was vast, containing countless mysteries. Even a tribulation stage celestial king could be trapped for tens or hundreds of thousands of years if they fell into certain traps. As for why martial ancestor returned in the guise of Lin Chang, Li Qing didn't question it much, either. Unity Realm true immortals had the means to dissolve their physical form and reincarnate, which was also one of the most powerful life-saving methods for true immortals. Of course, no matter how many times one reincarnates, the lifespan of the soul doesn't increase. True immortals live leisurely for hundreds of thousands of years, but once the limit of a soul's lifespan is reached, reincarnating any number of times is useless. The only way to extend one's lifespan is to attempt the tribulation, to become an immortal king. It's good that Master could come back. Nothing else matters, Li Qing said joyfully. Through this brief exchange, she was fully convinced that the Lin Yuan in front of her was her master, the ancestor of martial arts from the central divine China world. She could tell from his way of speaking and tone. Li Qing rarely divulged anything about Lin Yuan to outsiders, and many habits and ways were known only to her. Master, 6,000 years after you disappeared, I reached the 6th stage martial Tao following the guidance you left behind, she said. Not long after, I ascended to the spirit realm through the ascension platform of the Dao Immortal Sect. Li Qing began to recount her experiences over the years. After ascending to the spirit realm, Songqing Immortal kept his promise, even designating a city specifically for the propagation of martial Tao. Li Qing said, her tone still reflecting some gratitude. Without Songqing Immortal, without the early protection of the Dao Immortal Sect, she, a mere 6th stage martial Taoist on par with the refining void period, would have had to join some power and serve for thousands of years just to stabilize her footing in the spirit realm. It was out of gratitude to Songqing Immortal that Li Qing volunteered to join the ranks of Dao Immortal Sect to fight its battles. Of course, the Dao Immortal Sect provided ample compensation, and during the wars between the Xianwang domain and other great realms, Li Qing grew rapidly. Eventually, using one of the 12 pathways to the 7th rank left by Lin Yuan, she chose one to advance to the 7th rank. After stepping into the 7th rank, Li Qing had the right to advance or retreat. As a being on par with a true immortal, she belonged to the absolute upper echelons even within the Dao Immortal Sect. In this way, Li Qing led the martial temple of Xianyao City in an almost cooperative manner with the Dao Immortal Sect, continuing to this day. Li Qing fought for the Dao Immortal Sect while the sect, in return, protected Xianyao City and provided ample compensation. That she could cultivate to the 7th rank peak had much to do with the Dao Immortal Sect. Were you the only disciple to step into the 7th rank? Lin Yuan asked. He remembered taking in hundreds of direct disciples. Several among them had the potential to enter the 7th rank. Just me. Those junior brothers and sisters all fell during their attempts to break through to the 7th rank, Li Qing said, her expression tinged with sorrow. Breaking through to the 7th rank was anything but smooth sailing, especially since Lin Yuan hadn't fully perfected it at the time and had only left behind a conjecture. Lin Yuan himself managed to break through relying on his formidable foundation and his against heaven's understanding, as easily as eating and drinking. But the others? Li Qing was relatively fortunate. With the support of the Dao Immortal Sect, she ultimately had the luck to step into the 7th rank. The others weren't so lucky. In fact, even in the main world, evolvers practicing other evolutionary paths faced tremendous risks moving from the 6th to 7th rank. And that was with a complete evolutionary path and guidance from higher-rank evolvers. It was even more so in other worlds. These two are my valued disciples in the spirit realm, who later successfully stepped into the 7th rank. Li Qing immediately introduced Nie Yun and Shan Yang. We pay respect to martial ancestor. We pay respect to martial ancestor. Shan Yang and Nie Yun were a bit restrained. They had heard too many legends about martial ancestor from Li Qing since childhood. To them, martial ancestor was nearly mythological, someone who single-handedly opened the martial path evolutionary path, made Dao immortal sect yield, and even had Songqing immortal personally negotiate. But now, the martial ancestor that they revered and admired in their hearts had actually appeared before them, naturally stirring up a multitude of feelings. Especially Shan Yang, who had almost come to blows with martial ancestor just a short while ago, felt somewhat fearful inside. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He didn't differentiate much between these two juniors of martial Dao. As long as they practiced martial Dao, they could all be considered his disciples. My elder brother and second sister, and our parents, where are they now? Lin Yuan looked at Li Qing again, and asked. Having a high position within the Dao immortal sect, Li Qing would surely know the whereabouts of Jun Dongjin, Mu Lianer, and others even if she wasn't from the sect's main lineage. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 8. Taiji Rule, Cosmic Force? Please subscribe. Master's parents and relatives did not break through to the Unity Path stage. Li Qing hesitated, then spoke softly. Not having reached the Unity Path stage and relying on the lifespan of the refining void period, they could live for at most 100 or 200,000 years. It's impossible for them to be alive now, which means they would have passed away long ago. Are they all gone? Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, showed no surprise and sighed inwardly. This was actually the most common outcome. The breakthrough from the 6th stage martial Tao to the 7th stage is immensely difficult, just as the transition from the refining void period to the Unity Path stage is. Equally challenging. Though Jun Dongjin had a mutated heavenly spiritual root, one of the rarest talents in the central divine China world, it was not so outstanding in the spirit realm. In the spirit realm, apart from judging talents based on spirit roots, many other Tao bodies exist. Jun Dongjin cultivated to the peak of refining void, but ultimately failed in his attempt to reach the Unity Path stage, and was severely injured. Mu Lianer did not cultivate to the peak of refining void, and neither did Jun Xiaoyao nor Jun Jilan. With Lin Yuan's contingency plans left behind, they successfully entered refining void and ascended to the spirit realm, but their cultivation progress slowed afterward. How have they been? Lin Yuan inquired. They've been quite well. The Dao Immortal sect has not mistreated them. Li Qing immediately said, not daring to harbor any designs against Jun Dongjin and the others before knowing Lin Yuan's whereabouts. After all, keeping Jun Dongjin and others was not even considered a burden for the vast Dao Immortal sect, and that Songqing Immortal even summoned them several times to preach Dao. But transitioning from refining void to unity is not something that can be achieved with just a couple of sermons or by giving enough cultivation resources. Otherwise, everyone in the Dao Immortal sect would be a true immortal, not just the dozens of true immortal anchoring it. Before my parents passed away, they asked me not to give up looking for you. Li Qing spoke with a somewhat heavy voice. What a pity. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. If he had traveled through time a bit earlier, perhaps the outcome would have been different. In the future, if I can become a supreme being, I might try resurrecting them. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. Supreme beings wield complete control over time and space rules, able to reverse time and lift previously deceased beings back to life. Before their deaths, Jun Dongjin, Jun Jilan, and the others reached the refining void stage, similar to 6th rank in life essence strength. Even without deliberately merging their life essence with the spirit realm, having lived so long, their essence had already been recorded by the spirit realm. As long as Lin Yuan became a supreme being and arrived in this world, reversing the flow, he should be able to resurrect them. As for their having died of natural lifespan exhaustion, even if resurrected, they would face the limits of their lifespan in a few breaths' time. But Lin Yuan could completely use those few breaths to extend their lifespans. The methods to extend lifespan in the spirit realm are useless, but in the main world, there are plenty. As for the world's backlash after resurrecting a life, reviving a few 6th rank lives, and the resulting backlash is trivial for a supreme being. Also, the descendants of Master's elder brother and second sister in the Tao Immortal sect are doing quite well. Li Qing seemed to remember something, and promptly spoke. With Lin Yuan's connection, Li Qing, comparable to a 7th-stage martial Tao, being a pillar for the Jun family's descendants. As long as Li Qing is alive, it's unlikely that the Jun family's descendants would fare poorly, and that Songqing Immortal is also watching. Is that so? Lin Yuan glanced at Li Qing. Master, would you like me to invite a few outstanding descendants from the Jun family to come visit you? Li Qing tentatively asked. That works. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. After all, having some karma with the Jun family, now that he had returned, meeting them was not a bad idea. All right. Li Qing closed his eyes and began making contact immediately. As a major general for Tao Immortal sect in external campaigns, Li Qing naturally had ways to directly communicate with the Tao Immortal sect. About Master's news, should we keep it hidden? After conveying the message, Li Qing cautiously asked, Songqing Immortal once told me that if there's any news of Master, I must tell him immediately. That Songqing Immortal is still alive? Lin Yuan was interested. This old fellow's performance still quite satisfied him. At least he didn't kick him when he was down when he wasn't around. According to the information Lin Yuan had, since the days in the Central Divine China world, that Songqing Immortal had already lived for several 100,000 years. With hundreds of thousands of years passing by, even a Unity Realm true Immortal, at its peak probably should have expired. That Songqing Immortal transcended the Heart Demon Tribulation, so he has a much longer lifespan than a normal true Immortal. Li Qing immediately replied. To advance from Unity stage to Tribulation Transcendent stage, an Immortal cultivator needs to transcend 2 tribulations. One is the bodily tribulation. Another is the heart-spirit tribulation. The latter is similar to the heart demon tribulation. For an Immortal cultivator, the most difficult to transcend is the bodily tribulation. Most methods of the Immortal cultivator do not focus on the body, faced with the 5 declines of man during bodily tribulation, bodily decay. There are hardly any ways to resist. I see. Lin Yuan nodded. A Unity Realm true Immortal who had passed through the heart-spirit tribulation, although still far from a tribulation transcending celestial king, had their spirit soul and, transformed. Their soul's lifespan was significantly extended. And for a true Immortal, a decaying body can simply be replaced. As long as the soul lives on, they can be regarded as immortal. No need to hide it, Lin Yuan said calmly. Hide it? Why hide it? Now that Lin Yuan had fully regained his strength and even advanced further, even among tribulation transcending celestial kings, he was considered an extraordinary powerhouse, not inferior to a supreme immortal king. Under such circumstances, there was absolutely no need to hide. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 8. Taiji Rule, Cosmic Force? Please subscribe _2. Yes. Li Qing responded. After chatting with Li Qing for a few more moments, Lin Yuan turned towards the other 2 who were sitting upright, Nie Yun and Shan Yang. These two Martial Tao 7th rank cultivators were the promising new talents in the Martial Tao cultivation system. They had managed to step into the 7th rank with the guidance left by Lin Yuan. Their martial talents were indisputably remarkable. You haven't received my guidance before, which is indeed not easy. Inside the Jade Slip is my refined understanding of the 7th rank cultivation, which should be of help to you. Lin Yuan's mind stirred, and two white jade slips appeared in front of Nie Yun and Shan Yang. These two cultivators, in their 7th rank cultivation, had not gone deep, although they had stepped onto the path of the 7th rank, which Lin Yuan considered misleading. But there was still a chance for them to reshape their paths. As for you, Lin Yuan turned to Li Qing. Li Qing was already at the peak of the 7th rank. Reshaping her martial foundation was not a simple matter. However, Lin Yuan had already formulated an idea, and merely by observing Li Qing for a while, his against heaven's understanding allowed him to create a suitable method for her to reshape her cultivation. Against heaven's understanding, depending on the heights Lin Yuan reached, who was now at the 8th layer mid-period, creating a mere 7th rank reshaping method hardly wasted any effort. Thank you, Master. Li Qing expressed her immense gratitude. After reaching the peak of the 7th rank, she faintly sensed that there seemed to be no path ahead. If nothing unexpected occurred, she would likely stop at this point in her life. She was not a martial ancestor with earth-shattering talent who could create possibilities in the impossible. Li Qing's ability to step into the 7th rank was due not only to luck but also significantly to the instruction left by Lin Yuan. Nie Yun and Shan Yang left the martial temple hall with stirring emotions. Martial ancestor. They had actually met the legendary martial ancestor today. And the strength of the martial ancestor, to say nothing of comparing with a tribulation-transcending celestial king, was at least much stronger than that of the Tsongqing immortal of the Dao immortal sect who was half-step into the tribulation-transcendent stage. Our martial Dao can also give birth to such powerful figures? Shan Yang was invigorated, and he returned to his dwelling with Nie Yun, unable to calm down for a long time. The existence of the martial ancestor showed them that martial Dao was not a dead end. Like the immortal path, it was also a great avenue to the heavens. Right. The Jade Slip from the martial ancestor. Nie Yun seemed to remember something and reminded him. Just now in the martial temple hall, the martial ancestor had given each of them a Jade Slip. He said it would help with their forthcoming martial Dao cultivation. Right. The Jade Slip? Shan Yang immediately reacted. He took out the white Jade Slip directly. The Jade Slip looked ordinary. It was hardly any different from those used by low-ranking Qi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators. But to Shan Yang, a 7th-stage martial Tao cultivator, he revered it as if it were a sacred relic, holding it before his eyes. Finally, Nie Yun and Shan Yang looked at each other and simultaneously began to read the content of the Jade Slip. It only took a moment for their expressions to change dramatically, their hearts stirring with profound emotions. So this is what 7th-stage martial Tao cultivation was supposed to be. So 7th-stage martial Tao cultivation could also be approached like this? So 7th-stage martial Tao cultivation should indeed be like this. The content within the Jade Slip was not abundant, but the two 7th-rank martial Taoists spent a whole day reading it. They pondered over every word, and with each contemplation, they discovered different meanings. A day later, Shan Yang suddenly came to his senses, looking at the Jade Slip in his hand and muttered, "Our martial Dao is also a great avenue to the heavens." Nie Yun, radiating an inspired aura and with a glint in his eyes, exclaimed, "The martial ancestor truly is a divine being, creating martial Dao from nothing, and now elucidating so much about the 7th rank chapter." The two people looked at each other again, stood up, straightened their robes, faced the martial temple hall, and respectfully bowed 3 times. "Thank you, martial ancestor, for the benevolence of passing the teachings. Thank you, martial ancestor, for the benevolence of passing the teachings. Thank you, martial ancestor, for the benevolence of passing the teachings." Martial Temple Hall. Lin Yuan sat there, his expression contemplative. Guiding the 3 7th-stage martial Tao cultivators was a trivial task for him. At that moment, however, Lin Yuan was pondering another matter. Huailong Palace. Lin Yuan said to himself. Huailong Palace, a Dao integration-level force in the Zhejiang domain, had been at war with the Dao Immortal sect for tens of thousands of years. Two major forces were at odds over the essence of heavenly water, already at each other's throats. Every few hundred to 1,000 years, they would wage war, and nearly 10 Unity Realm true immortals would join the battle. Li Qing and 2 other 7th-stage martial Taoists were mostly on the battlefield with Huailong Palace. Initially, when Jun Dongjin ascended to the spirit realm at the peak of the refining void period, he was severely injured by a draconic ancient saint from the Huailong Palace. Had it not been for that severe injury, Jun Dongjin might have had a chance to step into the Unity Path stage. Of course, it was only a possibility, and in fact, he was likely still doomed to fail in breaking through. But at least it would have lightened the backlash, allowing him to live for several hundred more years. Above the spirit realm, from high to low, there were 9 heavens. Each heaven contained some kind of phenomenon, either a manifestation of the origin rule of the great Tao, or a sort of miracle related to the essence of the world. The 4th heaven, a figure, seeming like a burning sun, stood with his back to all. It was indeed Lin Yuan's Taiyang divine spirit. With my current strength, I can only stop at the 4th heaven. As for the 5th heaven... Lin Yuan looked up at the sky, where dark clouds gathered densely, intertwined with numerous pale purple thunderbolts. To enter the 5th heaven, one must surpass the 9-fold thunder tribulation, which is far more terrifying than the bodily tribulation in the Unity breakthrough to tribulation transcendence. Although Unity Realm true immortals can roam the 9 layers of the spirit realm, such powerful beings usually only wander in the 1st and 2nd heavens. As for the 3rd heaven, they basically can't enter, and the 4th heaven is the domain of tribulation-transcending celestial kings. The 5th heaven? Probably only the powerful among the immortal kings can withstand the 9-fold thunder tribulation and enter. The Taiyang divine spirit, after all, is just a divine spirit, far less powerful than its original body, unless Taiyin and Taiyang are merged into the Taiji divine spirit. Otherwise, recklessly enduring the 9-fold thunder tribulation risks the collapse of the divine spirit. Enough. Wait a bit longer. I can feel that the fusion and transformation of the Taiyin rule and Taiyang rule are almost complete. When the time comes, my body of the divine spirit will surely see a great increase in combat power. Lin Yuan felt hopeful in his heart. Ever since he reopened his inner world, the Taiyin rule had merged with the Taiyang rule, forming a light sphere suspended above the sky of the inner world, slowly transforming. Lin Yuan had a feeling that once the transformation was complete, the Taiyin and Taiyang rules would undergo an unbelievable change. Inside the cave dwelling, Lin Yuan was cultivating. At that moment, Lin Yuan quietly opened his eyes. Whoosh! Inner world. The incarnation of Lin Yuan's consciousness appeared. He looked up at the light sphere composed entirely of the power of Taiyin and Taiyang. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt a stirring in his heart, vaguely sensing that the transformation within the light sphere was reaching its final stages. Crack! A shattering sound, audible only to Lin Yuan, suddenly rang beside his ears. He saw the light sphere above the sky gradually cracking open. Hum! Threads of new power, or rather, rules, slowly began to reveal themselves. This power, Songqing Immortal was no fool and naturally would not take on the pressure of blocking Huailong Palace by himself. A moment later, after communicating with Xianwang Hall, Songqing Immortal's frown deepened again. The master of Xianwang Hall is in seclusion and cannot intervene in the short term? How am I supposed to deal with that accursed dragon? Songqing Immortal immediately felt the difficulty of the situation. I must contact other forces at the Dao integration level across different domains. Songqing Immortal's thoughts refocused, turning his attention to another piece of news. Oh! Jun Wuji, that young fellow has returned? Songqing Immortal's eyes brightened. He had waited arduously for Jun Wuji, originally thinking the young man would ascend to the spirit realm within a few thousand years, but hundreds of thousands of years had passed without any signs. Yet Songqing Immortal had not reneged on his promise because of this. After all, they had made a vow on the Tao. While breaking a Tao vow wasn't impossible, it came with heavy consequences, and to break such a vow for a mere promise was not worth the loss for Songqing Immortal. Hundreds of thousands of years. If that kid is still alive, he must be at least at the peak of the Unity Realm? Perhaps even a half-step Immortal King? Songqing Immortal mused to himself. He was well aware of Lin Yuan's potential. Taking into account Lin Yuan's forced breakthrough into the Tao integration stage in such a low world, he could at least be considered an Immortal King seed. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 10. Where is Huailong Palace? Give me a direction. Please subscribe. _2. Of course, even for an Immortal King seed, stepping into the realm of an Immortal King is extremely difficult. Having hope is one thing, but Songqing Immortal didn't believe that Lin Yuan was already a tribulation-transcending Celestial King. From the Unity Path stage to the Transcendence Tribulation stage, it is as vast as the heavens. Songqing Immortal had a deep understanding of this. Despite having overcome the mind and spirit tribulation and ranking as a half-step Immortal King, he knew deep down that there was no possibility of him becoming an Immortal King in this lifetime. At most, before the end of his lifespan, Songqing Immortal could attempt to transcend the bodily tribulation. Even if he failed, it would be within expectations. However, if this young one has already reached the half-step Immortal King, wouldn't that relieve some pressure off Huailong Palace? Suddenly, an idea struck Songqing Immortal. When he had negotiated with Lin Yuan, he agreed to allow the spread of martial Tao in the lower realms, and that martial Tao cultivators who reached the 6th rank could ascend to the spirit realm via the Ascension platform, as well as receive protection. In return, Lin Yuan would help the Tao Immortal sect once within his capabilities. Of course, Lin Yuan could refuse, and Songqing Immortal was quite lenient about this, as, after all, he had not given much. So be it. It has been a long time since I went out. This time I'll go see how that young one from back then is doing. Songqing Immortal slowly stood up, and his figure disappeared from its original spot. As for the large-scale decisive battle that Huailong Palace wanted to initiate, a battlefield of such scale required a lot of preparation time. It would not start within at least 10 years. Xianyao City, Martial Temple. The silhouette of Songqing Immortal appeared silently, lifting the restrictions on martial Tao. Songqing Immortal glanced at the recent happenings inside Xianyao City and generally grasped the situation. Step by step, Songqing Immortal walked towards the depths of the martial temple. Around him lingered layers of illusionary realms. As a half-step Immortal King who had passed the mind and spirit tribulation, if Songqing Immortal wished, it would be difficult for even someone at the 7th stage martial Tao peak like Li Qing to detect his presence. Having passed the mind and spirit tribulation, Songqing Immortal had greatly enhanced his soul, easily concealing and twisting others' perceptions. Seems like there's no change. Has that young one really returned? Songqing Immortal arrived at the Martial Temple Hall, looked around casually, and didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Just as Songqing Immortal was considering whether to reveal himself and inquire with Li Qing. The surrounding void became illusionary. Scenes unfolded layer by layer as Songqing Immortal reappeared outside Xianyao City, as if everything he had experienced was just an illusionary realm. What? Songqing Immortal's pupils constricted, and his heart was overwhelmed by a surge of emotions. Illusionary realm? He, a mighty half-step Immortal King who had passed the mind and spirit tribulation, had unknowingly fallen into an illusionary realm? Although in terms of combat power, a half-step Immortal King who had passed the mind and spirit tribulation was not as strong as one who had passed the bodily tribulation. When it came to mastering the soul illusion, a half-step immortal king who had passed the bodily tribulation could not hold a candle to one who had passed the mind and spirit tribulation. Now, however, Songqing Immortal had unwittingly experienced an illusionary realm. Were it not for the other party intentionally dispersing the illusionary realm, Songqing Immortal would probably still be immersed in it. This is terrifying. What kind of illusionary realm was that? Songqing Immortal's spirit trembled. To casually play with a half-step immortal king like him using a soul illusion, Songqing Immortal had a guess in his mind. Could it be? Songqing Immortal steadied his spirit and entered Xianyao City once again. This time, without using any skills, Songqing Immortal simply walked down the streets and eventually arrived behind the gates of the Martial Temple. Hesitating for a moment, Songqing Immortal spoke to the guardian. "My name is Songqing, here to visit the martial ancestor." "Come in," said the guardian as if he had already received the order, leading Songqing Immortal to stop in front of the Martial Temple Hall. Songqing Immortal paused for an instant and eventually walked into the Martial Temple Hall. The Martial Temple Hall at this moment, compared to what Songqing Immortal had experienced before, was no different. The only change was that there was a figure sitting in the main seat. The figure was a young man. Although he was just sitting there, Songqing Immortal felt as if he was facing the vast spirit realm itself. "It's been a long time." Lin Yuan looked at Songqing Immortal and slightly smiled. Are you really Jun Wuji?" Songqing Immortal was momentarily stunned. If before, he had only speculated that a tribulation-transcending celestial king was within the Martial Temple and that only an exalted immortal king could effortlessly make him fall into an illusionary realm without knowing. Then now, upon seeing Lin Yuan, Songqing Immortal was almost certain of his earlier speculation, and that the tribulation-transcending celestial king was indeed that young one from before. "Jun Wuji." "You could say so." Lin Yuan nodded with a smile. Although in a different body, his true spirit consciousness was the same, making this similar to the reincarnation of a true immortal of the merged path. Jun Wuji. The name stirred tremors in Songqing Immortal's heart. Even though he had long regarded Jun Wuji as a genius of the immortal king seed level, facing the now truly immortal king Jun Wuji, Songqing Immortal still felt an inner tumult. Immortal king. That was a tribulation-transcending celestial king. Even those who were hopeful to become an immortal king, the seeds of an immortal king, were only hopeful to become one. Perhaps, among dozens of immortal king seeds, there would be one who could become an immortal king, right? "Take a seat. Don't just stand there," Lin Yuan said casually. When Songqing Immortal approached Xianyao City, Lin Yuan had already sensed him. Later, when he found out that Songqing Immortal intended to sneak into the Martial Temple undetected, Lin Yuan conveniently dragged him into the illusionary realm. It was a sort of greeting. "Yes." "No, I'd rather stand." Songqing Immortal quickly reacted, not daring to take a seat. What a joke. To sit with a tribulation-transcending celestial king? Songqing Immortal was acutely aware of his own status. He wasn't Lin Yuan's junior, nor had he conferred any significant favors on Lin Yuan. The only thing he did right was that over the years he had always kept his promises, but that was what he ought to do. At this moment, Songqing Immortal felt immensely relieved. After Jun Dongjin and others ascended to the spirit realm thousands of years ago, some in the immortal sect voiced their opposition and wished to stop favoring the Jun family with resources. Back then, Songqing Immortal directly refused them. Firstly, the resources allocated to the Jun family were but a drop in the ocean for the Dowd Immortal sect at that time, and Songqing Immortal didn't care about the myopic concerns of those people in the sect over such matters. Secondly, Songqing Immortal was still looking forward to Jun Wuji's ascension to the spirit realm. As time passed, and after Songqing Immortal's unreserved refusals, other people in the sect dared not bring up the matter again. "You have done well these years." Lin Yuan nodded. At least he did no injustice to the people of the Jun family and had protected the martial Dao evolutionary path. "It's my duty, my duty." Songqing Immortal immediately replied. From Lin Yuan's words, He realized that the other party knew all that he had done over the years. Because of this, Songqing Immortal was even more afraid. Had he made even a slight mistake back then, he would probably be facing the wrath of a tribulation-transcending celestial king right now. Indeed, such wrath was something that neither the entire Xianwang domain nor Dongyun Tao province could bear.
Speak.
What do you want me to help with? Lin Yuan asked directly. The Dao Immortal sect had treated the Jun family well and protected the martial path evolutionary path. As part of the negotiation conditions, he needed to lend a hand if it was within his power. What kind of help? Upon hearing this, Songqing Immortal's spirit suddenly surged. Almost instantly, Songqing Immortal thought of asking Lin Yuan to help him through the bodily tribulation. But as soon as this thought emerged, Songqing Immortal dismissed it. Whether it be mind tribulation or bodily tribulation, external forces had almost no effect. One had to rely on oneself. Otherwise, why would tribulation-transcending celestial kings be so rare in the spirit realm? Not to mention others, the offspring and friends of those kings should have been able to step into the stage of tribulation transcendence too. From this, one can deduce that even an immortal king could hardly interfere with bodily tribulation or mind tribulation. Even if one could intervene, it would come with a dire price, not in line with the within my power he had promised. I hope. Countless thoughts flashed through Songqing Immortal's mind. In his life, other than himself, the thing he cared most about was the Dao Immortal sect. Currently, the biggest crisis facing the Dao Immortal sect was the Huailong Palace. Against the Huailong Palace master who had transcended the bodily tribulation, Songqing Immortal couldn't think of any way to deal with him. I hope that the martial ancestor could intervene in the Huailong Palace matter. Songqing Immortal steadied his mind and spoke respectfully. Huailong Palace, huh? Lin Yuan nodded. Even if Songqing Immortal hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have let the Huailong Palace go. According to Li Qing, it was the mighty ones of Huailong Palace who had gravely injured Jun Dongjin back then, which led to his failed breakthrough later on. Lin Yuan rose to his feet and walked out of the martial temple hall. Songqing Immortal followed immediately. Martial ancestor, the Huailong Palace is a heritage of the Water Tribe's dragon descendants, and its master has the true dragon bloodline. He should have transcended the bodily tribulation. And there's the Zhejiang domain. It's said to be related to a tribulation-transcending dragon king. Songqing Immortal quickly briefed Lin Yuan on the strength of Huailong Palace. But halfway through, Lin Yuan interrupted him. He asked directly, "Where is Huailong Palace? Give me a direction." All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 11 Dragon Palace in the Palm. Please subscribe. In which direction is Huailong Palace? Songqing Immortal was stunned for a moment, not understanding the meaning behind Lin Yuan's words. Was he intending to personally visit Huailong Palace? Indeed. As a tribulation-transcending celestial king, once he personally arrived at Huailong Palace, even if that palace master were stubborn, he would have to bow his head obediently. In the vast spirit realm, no true immortal dared to defy the will of an immortal king. True immortals like Songqing Immortal and Huailong Palace Master, though they claimed to be half-step immortal kings, were far from being an actual tribulation-transcending celestial king. Songqing Immortal had passed the mental and soul tribulations, and his soul will was strong. But he was effortlessly toyed with by Lin Yuan, trapped in an illusionary realm without his knowledge. Of course, this was also because Lin Yuan was not an ordinary tribulation-transcending celestial king, but even the most common tribulation-transcending celestial king could deal with a half-step immortal king. With just a thought, "It's over there." Songqing Immortal immediately pointed out a location. Being a longtime rival of Huailong Palace, he naturally knew the exact location of their lair. The only issue was that Huailong Palace relied on the core water channels of the Zhejiang domain. And even if a group of half-step immortal kings besieged it, they couldn't overcome it, making it as secure as a fortress. Therefore, even though Songqing Immortal knew the location of their lair, there wasn't much he could do about it. In the large-scale battles between successive generations of Huailong Palace and Dao Immortal Sect, even if Dao Immortal Sect managed to repel Huailong Palace with the help of Xianwang Hall, it was hard to inflict real heavy damage on them, as those dragon-blooded true immortals would simply hide inside Huailong Palace whenever they found themselves losing. It was akin to standing on invincible ground. Martial Ancestor, there's no need for you to go personally. Just grant a Celestial King's decree, and I can take it to Huailong Palace. Songqing Immortal hesitated for a moment before speaking in a low voice. The Celestial King's decree contained the breath of an immortal king, impossible to imitate, symbolizing the will of a certain immortal king. When the decree arrives, it's as if the immortal king himself has arrived. Huailong Palace, even with audacious courage, would not dare to defy the Celestial King's decree. Although the Zhejiang domain was the dragon transformation land of a tribulation-transcending dragon king from many ages ago, all water tribe dragon descendants within the Zhejiang domain were, in theory, descendants of that dragon king. But who knows how many tens of thousands of years ago that old tale had taken place, and whether it was true or false remained unclear. Even if that dragon king did exist, he wouldn't risk offending another tribulation-transcending celestial king over a trivial matter. No need for such trouble. Lin Yuan glanced at Songqing Immortal and said indifferently, "Simply apprehend him." Having said that, Lin Yuan raised his right hand. Taiji forces of black and white intertwined at his fingertips, causing the space to distort slightly, and just one look at it gave Songqing Immortal a splitting headache. It was too profound. It was too complex. With just the action of Lin Yuan's raised hand, Songqing Immortal felt that the spatial mysteries he'd comprehended all his life were all contained within it, and they occupied only 1/10,000th or even 100,000th of the overall mystery. The remaining spatial profundities were far beyond Songqing Immortal's reach. Has Martial Ancestor's mastery of spatial profundity actually reached this level? Songqing Immortal was astounded within his heart, but no matter how painful his headache became, he still fixed his gaze on Lin Yuan's raised right hand. By observing a little longer, might there be a chance for enlightenment? Under Songqing Immortal's watchful eye, Lin Yuan's raised right hand moved towards the direction he had just indicated, palm facing down, and lightly made a grabbing motion. Zhejiang Domain. Huailong Palace. The Zhejiang domain consisted of 9 great rivers, each running through dozens of great realms before all converging within the Zhejiang domain. Because of this, the Zhejiang domain held a unique advantage, serving as the sacred land of the water tribe. Huailong Palace was a power forged by dragon descendants, connected to the core water channel of the entire Zhejiang domain. To breach Huailong Palace, one would have to break through the core water channel of the entire Zhejiang domain. It was this advantage that allowed Huailong Palace to thrive for millions of years. Even if they weakened at times, it didn't affect the overall situation, as they have always been one of the dominating powers of the Zhejiang domain. Inside Huailong Palace. The Huailong Palace master who had passed the bodily tribulation looked at the single-horned man before her and said with an icy voice, "Heavenly Dragon Nest also desires the essence of heavenly water?" Heavenly Dragon Nest was also an overlord-level power in the Zhejiang domain, on par with Huailong Palace. Strictly speaking, it was on par with the current Huailong Palace. Before the palace master had passed the bodily tribulation, Huailong Palace was slightly inferior to Heavenly Dragon Nest. Indeed, Dragon Lord has agreed to help you fully secure that strand of essence of heavenly water, but my Heavenly Dragon Nest wants half, said the single-horned man. Half. The Huailong Palace master's face showed no expression. Her mind, however, was contemplating. Having passed the bodily tribulation, her strength had greatly increased, and she was confident she could repel Dao Immortal Sect, and even Xianwang Hall behind them, with some confidence. But it was always better to be safe than sorry. The importance of the essence of heavenly water was well understood by Huailong Palace, Dao Immortal Sect, and even more so by Xianwang Hall. The three major forces of Xianwang Domain would definitely do everything to prevent her at all costs. They might even call friends and gather other half-step immortal kings from different great realms. In such a scenario, she would still feel some pressure. If she could join forces with Heavenly Dragon Nest, the Huailong Palace Master had already made her decision in her mind. In the past, Heavenly Dragon Nest had also approached her for cooperation, similarly expressing the intention to share half of the essence of heavenly water, but she flatly refused. Because at that time she had not passed the bodily tribulation, and her combat power was inferior to that of Heavenly Dragon Nest's Dragon Lord. If they cooperated rashly, she might end up having her palace swallowed by them. But now things were different. Having passed the bodily tribulation, she was not weaker than the Dragon Lord of Heavenly Dragon Nest. The cooperation between the two was on a nearly equal footing. 20%. The Huailong Palace Master said directly. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 11. Dragon Palace in hand. Subscribe please. _2. 2/10 is too low, said the Unicorn Man, his face somewhat unsightly. In the end, the two parties decided to split the essence of the heavenly water, with Huailong Palace taking 6/10 and the Heavenly Dragon Nest taking 4/10. With our two great forces joining hands, that Dao Immortal Sect, that Xianwang Domain, are nothing but chickens and dogs, the Unicorn Man said with a smile on his face. The Huailong Palace Master was also in a good mood. Although he had given away 4/10 of the essence of the heavenly water for nothing, with the promise of the full support of the Heavenly Dragon Nest, the confidence of Huailong Palace greatly increased, enough to deal with the oppression from the surrounding great realms' half-step immortal kings. Just as the Unicorn Man was about to return to the Heavenly Dragon Nest to report the matter to the Dragon Lord, his expression suddenly changed. The Huailong Palace Master did the same, abruptly looking up to the sky. They saw the vast and boundless sky dimming unexpectedly. It wasn't dimming. It was a huge hand, black and white, that had enshrouded the entire Huailong Palace. Who dares to be so presumptuous in front of my Huailong Palace? One by one, the true immortal-level dragon descendants soared into the sky, attempting to shatter the hand that blocked out the sun. However, their true immortal-level destructive spells fell on that enormous hand, failing to stir even a ripple. Thunderous booms. The enormous hand slowly descended, its fingers beginning to close, as if it was about to lift the Huailong Palace covering hundreds of thousands of miles. The sound of rushing water. The Huailong Palace Master transformed into a 10,000-foot true dragon directly, and the terrifying bloodline power suppressed all sides, hurtling towards the giant hand. A half-step immortal king who had transcended the bodily tribulation was naturally adept at fighting, not to mention possessing a true dragon bloodline. Such a strike, even a half-step immortal king like the Tsongqing Immortal would not dare to confront it head-on, choosing instead to flee far away. However, in the face of the slowly descending enormous hand, the full-force blow of the Huailong Palace Master had no effect at all, not even slightly delaying the hand's descent. From a great distance away, one could see that the entire Huailong Palace was not even a tenth of the size of the giant hand. The Huailong Palace Master, a half-step immortal king true dragon, appeared like a mere insect in front of it. This is bad. The Huailong Palace Master's face drastically changed, turning back into human form, attempting to retreat explosively, to leave the range of the giant hand's shadow. The fact that her full-force strike could not shake the hand at all made her realize she had no chance of stopping the hand. Thunderous booms. The Huailong Palace Master tried to use the power of space to teleport, but found that within the range of the hand, space had solidified, making it extremely difficult to even fly normally, let alone teleport. Whoosh! Realizing this, the Huailong Palace master didn't hesitate to return to the Huailong Palace below. At this point, the only option was to resist the heavenly hand using the palace that connected to the core water vein of the Zhejiang domain. A series of cracking sounds. The heavenly giant hand continued to tighten, and one by one, the barriers formed by the water vein shattered, powerless to resist. Finally, the entire Huailong Palace was directly uprooted by the giant hand. The hum of spatial energy. The heavenly giant hand and the abducted Huailong Palace vanished. They left behind a huge crater hundreds of thousands of miles wide, which existed where the dominating force of the Zhejiang domain, Huailong Palace, once stood. A moment later, a man in a golden dragon robe appeared outside the huge crater. Eyes wide and mouth agape, he looked at everything in front of him. What happened? How could the Huailong Palace have disappeared? This man in the golden dragon robe was none other than the Dragon Lord of the Heavenly Dragon Nest. The instant the heaven-covering giant hand appeared, its residual waves were the first to alert him. So, he was the first to arrive. But upon arrival, he witnessed a scene he would never forget in his lifetime. How could such a massive Huailong Palace disappear right under the nose of the Zhejiang domain? How is that even possible? The disbelief of the golden-robed Dragon Lord was palpable. The Huailong Palace was merged with the water vein. An attack on the Huailong Palace was equivalent to attacking the core water vein of the Zhejiang domain. Just this fact alone was something that a Unity Path stage true immortal could not achieve, nor could a half-step immortal king. Not to mention uprooting the entire Huailong Palace in such a short period. It was utterly unbelievable. Tribulation transcending Celestial King. The golden-robed Dragon Lord's thoughts quivered. The only being capable of doing this was the high and mighty tribulation transcending Celestial King. In the core of Dongyan Tao Province's Great Realm, where Celestial King's artifacts were used for suppression, relying solely on Celestial King's artifacts might indeed breach Huailong Palace, but was also not enough to do so as crisply and cleanly as it had happened now. Has Huailong Palace offended a tribulation-transcending Celestial King? Fear gripped the heart of the golden-robed Dragon Lord, for as one of the dominant forces of the Zhejiang domain, if he had offended a tribulation-transcending Celestial King, would it potentially implicate the Zhejiang domain? Or even implicate his own heavenly dragon nest? Since that mysterious tribulation-transcending Celestial King could cause such a grand Huailong Palace to disappear, it indicated that he could make the heavenly dragon nest disappear as well. In essence, there was no difference between Huailong Palace and the heavenly dragon nest. The only variation was their locations. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One true immortal after another from the Zhejiang domain appeared before the huge pit. Looking at the dark chasm, their hearts turned cold. The conclusions drawn by the golden-robed Dragon Lord could also be inferred by most true immortals, for to render Huailong Palace so powerless, incapable of any struggle, only the tribulation-transcending Celestial Kings who overlooked the spirit realm could do that. What should we do? Which Celestial King did Huailong Palace actually offend? This Huailong Palace really deserves to die. Offending a Celestial King is bad enough, but what if it implicates us? No way, no way. I've decided to relocate to another great realm. The Zhejiang domain is too dangerous now, under the watch of a certain Celestial King. I'm also relocating. Let's do it together. The true immortals of the Zhejiang domain conversed among themselves, and many were planning to abandon their nests that they had operated for many years within the Zhejiang domain. Although living in the Zhejiang domain had been quite comfortable, what did that comfort amount to when compared with their own lives? They certainly did not wish to one day disappear suddenly, like Huailong Palace did. Outside the martial temple hall, the Tsongqing immortal intently watched Lin Yuan's outstretched right hand. Palm face downwards, he gently grasped. The next moment, Lin Yuan drew back his right hand, and the palm, previously facing downward, was now facing up. The Tsongqing immortal blinked his eyes and suddenly realized that Lin Yuan's previously empty palm now somehow held a palace. The palace was extremely exquisite and subtly. Terrifying powers flowed between the eaves and walls of the palace. This palace, why does it look so familiar? The Tsongqing immortal's mind couldn't quite catch up, only feeling that the palace that had appeared in Lin Yuan's palm was strangely familiar. He had definitely seen it somewhere before. Roar. A series of tiny roaring sounds emerged from within the palace. Inside the palace, several tiny worms were trapped, as if bound by an invisible force, never able to burst out of the palace's confines. The Tsongqing immortal's eyes widened the more he looked. If this palace were to be magnified 1,000,000,000 times, and those tiny worms as well, one would find that this palace was exactly the same as the Huailong Palace. And those tiny worms turned out to be the true immortals of dragon descent from Huailong Palace, especially that white worm, which, in terms of size and presence, surpassed all other worms by a great deal. It was none other than the bodily tribulation-transcended master of Huailong Palace. Once, this half-step immortal king who had been such a headache for the Tsongqing immortal and even considered a great concern by the Xianwang Hall, was now trapped within the palace, like a true reptile. The Tsongqing immortal's gaze was vacant. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, a phrase Lin Yuan had said earlier. Just directly capture it. At the time, the Tsongqing immortal thought Lin Yuan planned to send his followers to capture the core dragon descendants of Huailong Palace to be questioned. As a tribulation-transcending celestial king, Lin Yuan must have gathered some trusted subordinates. With the addition of several celestial king's artifacts and other means, pressuring the many dragon descendants of Huailong Palace to surrender should not be a problem. However, the Tsongqing immortal was also puzzled. This action did not seem as swift as personally delivering Lin Yuan's celestial king's decree to command Huailong Palace. But since it was the martial ancestor's will, the Tsongqing immortal dared not ask too much. However, upon seeing that miniature Huailong Palace in Lin Yuan's hand, the Tsongqing immortal realized that Lin Yuan's just directly capture it meant exactly what the words suggested, without any implication or metaphor. He captured the entire Huailong Palace, the multitude of true immortal dragons, with a single grasp. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 12 Immortal King's Demeanor. Please subscribe. Within the Huailong Palace, numerous true immortal dragon descendants were filled with fear. After the initial confusion, these dragon descendants realized that the entity taking action against them was very likely a certain tribulation-transcending celestial king. If not a tribulation-transcending celestial king, who else could effortlessly suppress dozens of true immortal dragon descendants, as well as the half-step immortal king, the Huailong Palace master who had passed the bodily tribulation, as if lifting a light object? If not a tribulation-transcending celestial king, who could ignore the core water veins of the Zhejiang domain, treat the million-mile-large Huailong Palace as a plaything, and grasp it in the palm? Palace master, when did we offend an immortal king? Yes, Palace Master. What exactly happened? A tribulation-transcending celestial king. What kind of being is that, and why would they bother to take action against ants like us? One after another, the true immortal dragon descendants looked toward the Huailong Palace Master, asking anxiously. Although they were all trapped within the Huailong Palace, unable to go out, basic communication was still possible. The Huailong Palace Master's expression was gloomy as she scanned the frightened true immortal dragon descendants. Her brows involuntarily furrowed deeply. How would she know when the Huailong Palace had offended a tribulation-transcending celestial king? Although the Huailong Palace acted domineeringly, it knew whom to target. Beings or powers with potential backing from an immortal king were definitely not to be offended, but were well provided for instead. Which immortal king is it? Although the Huailong Palace Master was also afraid, she realized that fear was meaningless. If the immortal king truly wanted to kill them, none of the dragon descendants would likely survive. The Huailong Palace master looked up toward the outside of the Huailong Palace. She immediately saw the colossal figure looming over them. The million-mile-large Huailong Palace was merely 1/10 the size of the figure's palm. Compared to this immense being, the Huailong Palace master felt incredibly insignificant, unable to even fully look up at Lin Yuan's complete form. This must be the immortal king who took action against my Huailong Palace. The Huailong Palace master had her suspicions. The other true immortal dragon descendants also saw Lin Yuan, but being too close, they couldn't see him in full, only confirming that this immortal king had a human form. Having a human form didn't necessarily mean belonging to the human race. Great immortal king, all beings of the Huailong Palace are willing to submit, the Huailong Palace master immediately said with utmost respect. She understood that the fate of the entire Huailong Palace depended on the whim of this mysterious immortal king before her. Submit. Lin Yuan smirked slightly. He then looked at the Songqing immortal beside him. What do you think? How do I see it? The Songqing immortal was trembling with fear, unsure why Lin Yuan was asking him at this time. That is. The Huailong Palace master looked to the side and immediately saw the Songqing immortal. Although to them he too was a monstrous figure, the perspective offered by the distance allowed them to vaguely make out his features. Is that Songqing? The Huailong Palace master's heart turned cold. Having warred with the Dao Immortal sect for so many years, the Songqing immortal was all too familiar with her, and naturally, the Huailong Palace master was also very familiar with Songqing. Yet the more so, the more desperate the Huailong Palace master felt. The enmity between the Huailong Palace and the Dao Immortal sect was too significant. They had fought for hundreds of thousands of years, causing countless casualties among their forces. Now that the Huailong Palace had fallen into the hands of the Songqing immortal, could there be any good outcome? Forget it. I'll decide. Lin Yuan noticed that the Songqing immortal dared not make a decision, and his thoughts shifted slightly. In the palm of his hand, the Huailong Palace began to disintegrate. Every substance, whether it was living or non-living, was reduced to the most basic origin source of essence. Eventually, it formed, and the elder in the purple robe breathed a sigh of relief, bowed to Lin Yuan again, and quickly turned and left. At a location many tens of thousands of miles from Xianyao City, the elder in the purple robe revealed himself, finally feeling relieved. It seems Martial Ancestor isn't one of those bloodthirsty supreme immortal kings. The elder in the purple robe was somewhat unsettled, recalling how some supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era were fond of hunting immortal king-level beings. Martial Ancestor asked many questions about the supreme immortal kings of this era. Could there be another purpose? After settling his thoughts, the elder began to ponder. He speculated that perhaps Martial Ancestor aimed to recreate the glory of the prehistoric era. Regardless of Martial Ancestor's intentions, I must seize this opportunity. The elder had made up his mind, for he had received a way to contact Martial Ancestor before their separation. This meant that Martial Ancestor allowed him to make contact. Being able to contact a supreme immortal king, especially one from the prehistoric era, was an incredible opportunity. Initially, the elder in the purple robe planned to steer clear of Martial Ancestor, not knowing the character of this supreme immortal king. He worried that if he encountered one of those bloodthirsty supreme immortal kings, it would be like jumping into a pit. But now, through brief interaction, the elder felt he somewhat understood Martial Ancestor. Although his knowledge wasn't deep, he was aware that Martial Ancestor was likely not one of those who killed indiscriminately. Martial Temple. Lin Yuan returned to his cave dwelling inside.
Prehistoric era.
And the 9th layer of heaven? In the elder's responses, the greatest reactions were to these words, revealing waves of reverent fear. Never mind. We'll talk about this later. Lin Yuan no longer focused on it. Whether it was the prehistoric era or the 9th layer of heaven, these were not Lin Yuan's most pressing concerns at the moment. What Lin Yuan really wanted to confirm now was the power of creation wielded by the elder in the purple robe. Innate purple qi. Lin Yuan lifted his right hand, and a strand of purple qi appeared, exactly the strand that the elder in the purple robe had left. This aura. Lin Yuan observed carefully, feeling intently, and ultimately concluded. This strand of innate purple qi actually had similarities to the cosmic force he wielded, the force of Taiji. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 14, The Long 300 Years 2. The title of the previous chapter was wrong. The content wasn't affected. This is actually a cosmic force? Lin Yuan observed repeatedly and finally came to a conclusion. The innate purple qi mastered by the elder in the purple robe was, in the main world, a cosmic force that only an invincible being at the 8th layer could control. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan fell silent for a moment, suddenly enlightened. No wonder the tribulation-transcending celestial kings of the spirit realm, without the support of an inner world, could rival the evolvers of the 8th layer in the main world. The world force emanating from the inner world of the 8th layer evolvers allowed human evolvers to catch up with those innate, powerful special life forms. There are few forces at the same level that can match the amplification of world force on evolvers. But cosmic force is definitely one of them. Even the surge in combat power caused by cosmic force is above that of world force. The innate purple qi of the elder in the purple robe, being only partly mastered, could once perfected, even without the world force, rival the peak evolvers of the 8th layer. Those supreme immortal kings, without an inner world, yet able to rival the invincibles of the 8th layer, must possess a power of creation that definitely belongs to a higher cosmic force. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The invincible ones of the 8th layer in the main world also vary in strength. Though the strongest cannot defeat the weakest, they can still suppress them, and the difference lies in the different cosmic forces. Some cosmic forces are simply stronger than others, and the former are known as higher cosmic forces. Opportunity. This is the greatest opportunity of my travel through the realms. Lin Yuan's eyes shone brightly. What was the greatest help that his 8th traversal brought him? Was it opening the 8th stage martial Tao?
No.
The 8th layer part could be perfected anywhere. Even without traversing realms, given time in the main world, Lin Yuan could still achieve it. Comprehending the rule model of space, there was no difference from opening the 8th stage martial Tao. It was not exclusive to the spirit realm. Before knowing that the power of creation wielded by the immortal kings was equivalent to cosmic force, traversing to the spirit realm saved Lin Yuan time and allowed for references to the immortal cultivation system and other systems.
But now,
having confirmed the essence of the power of creation, Lin Yuan was utterly sure that the power of creation was his greatest gain. It was irreplaceable, an unparalleled gain. In the main world universe Starry Sky, every cosmic force is unique, incapable of being replicated or simulated. Once a being grasps a certain cosmic force, no other life can grasp that same force. This is a rule from the main world. Here, rule is not about gold, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, light, and other such rules. It refers to the restrictions from the main world. Just like below the Supreme Being, all life has a limit to its lifespan. This is also a rule of the main world. And in the cosmic starry skies, the fastest speed is the speed of light. Surpass it, and you enter wormholes. This, too, is a rule of the main world. The restrictions of the main world do not apply in the spirit realm, at least not to cosmic forces. The spirit realm is much more lenient. There's no rule that a certain power of creation can only be wielded by one tribulation-transcending celestial king. Lin Yuan's mind was slightly thrilled, meaning he could completely grasp a great number of powers of creation in the spirit realm. Then, upon returning to the main world, these powers would collectively transform into cosmic forces. The main world's starry sky races have a long history, birthing many invincible beings at the 8th layer, but the vast majority of them master only one cosmic force. A very few, due to various accidents, have mastered two cosmic forces, which is already the limit. For a normal 8th layer powerhouse, there are two goals. One is to step into the 9th rank, or to master some cosmic force. But for an invincible at the 8th layer, there is only one goal, and that is to step into the 9th rank. Only by breaking through to the 9th rank can one extend life, and continuing to contemplate other cosmic forces is, aside from being foolish or not, the key question is, can they really grasp it? Grasping each cosmic force contains an element of luck. There's no fixed direction. How can you be sure that the direction you choose will lead to a cosmic force? This is precisely why Lin Yuan was excited. If he hadn't discovered the essence of the power of creation, even if he knew that the spirit realm didn't have as many restrictions on cosmic force, he wouldn't have had any other ideas. To grasp more cosmic forces? Keep in mind that before fully understanding the Taiyang and Taiyang rules, even Lin Yuan didn't know that the Taiji force would be a cosmic force. Even with the Against Heavens understanding, grasping the next cosmic force would waste a lot of time, causing his other pursuits to slow or even stop.
But now,
with a clear path to pursue the power of creation, all Lin Yuan needed to do was like delving into the evolution path, spend time contemplating and sensing it. Grasping a power of creation in the spirit realm and returning to the main world meant having a unique cosmic force. Innate purple chi. The human civilization's records of many invincible beings at the 8th layer do not mention anyone possessing this cosmic force. Lin Yuan thought to himself, though it was also possible that an invincible being of the 8th layer not recorded in history possessed the innate purple chi cosmic force. But the likelihood was low, and Lin Yuan's goal was not just to understand the innate purple chi cosmic force. He planned to go through all the powers of creation possessed by other tribulation-transcending celestial kings. Human civilization's interpretation of cosmic force is greatly helpful for stepping into the 9th rank in the future. Theoretically, the more cosmic forces one masters, the greater this help, but this is not emphasized much because it remains theoretical. Lin Yuan silently reflected. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 14, The Long 300 Years 2. The title of the previous chapter was wrong, but the content is unaffected, _2. Normal 8th layer evolvers, even the most talented and exceptional, can at most master one type of cosmic force, or at most two. As for more, that has never happened before, because it's unrealistic. Comprehending a certain power of creation is very difficult for other immortal kings. They would rather deepen their understanding of the power of creation they have already mastered with the time they have, but I have Against Heaven's understanding, it's just a matter of time. Lin Yuan had a smile on his face. He had already imagined the scenario. By the time he returned to the main world, mastering dozens of cosmic forces and adding the amplification from his vast inner world that far surpassed the constraints of human evolvers, he might even have the chance to arm wrestle with 9th rank powerhouses. Throughout history, even the most invincible 8th layer beings could at most preserve their lives against 9th rank powerhouses, let alone arm wrestle. That was seeking death. Because the way an invincible 8th layer being preserved their life in front of a 9th rank powerhouse was to hang on without dying for a while and then wait for rescue from a 9th layer powerhouse of the same race. Under normal circumstances, 8th layer invincibles had no capacity to resist against those of the 9th layer. First, I need to fully comprehend this wisp of innate purple chi. Lin Yuan collected his thoughts and began to observe the wisp of purple chi before him seriously. Your understanding is Against Heavens. You gaze upon the mysterious breath, beginning to attempt full comprehension. Your understanding is Against Heavens. You gaze upon the mysterious breath, beginning to attempt full comprehension. Your understanding is Against Heavens. You gaze upon the mysterious breath, beginning to attempt full comprehension. According to Lin Yuan's perception of the innate purple qi, this cosmic force was just an ordinary one, incomparable to higher cosmic forces. The Taiji force he controlled should be considered a higher cosmic force, simultaneously accommodating two extreme rules. Whether for attack or defense, it's nearly perfect. Xianyao City. As a common city within the Xianwang domain, recently a large number of true immortal-level powerhouses and even half-step immortal king-level powerhouses have come, eager to see the martial ancestor in person. Whenever there is a trace of a tribulation-transcending celestial king, it draws numerous powerful individuals. Whether they can meet the immortal king or not, it's worth approaching first. Many pinnacle true immortals and half-step immortal king-level powerhouses have been stuck at their current bottleneck for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Seclusion doesn't hold much significance. Instead of wandering aimlessly, it's better to seek out the traces of immortal kings. There's nothing to lose anyway. If it sparks some insight, it would be cause for great joy. If not, it's within expectations. That's why. Now, Xianyao City has gathered a large number of true immortals and half-step immortal kings. Ordinary cultivators walking on the street might come across a renowned half-step immortal king. And these true immortals and half-step immortal kings are extremely low profile in Xianyao City, as after all, they are under the watchful eye of an immortal king, and no powerful individual dares to disturb the peace. Entrance of the Martial Temple. 3 figures walked out. So many true immortals. I've never seen so many true immortals in my life. Jun Haiqiu and the other junior members of the Jun family opened their eyes wide, looking towards the profoundly deep auras within Xianyao City. The Daoda Immortal Sect, as one of the 3 giants of the Xianwang domain, only had dozens of true immortals stationed, but there seem to be hundreds of thousands of them now in Xianyao City. And that doesn't include those half-step immortal kings. Moreover, as time passed, more and more true immortals and half-step immortal kings kept on arriving. In a great realm like the Xianwang domain, there are typically several hundred true immortal-level powerhouses, and Xianwang domain is just one of the thousands of great realms in Dongyan Tao province. The Wuji ancestor, as an immortal king, has attracted the attention of true immortals from dozens of surrounding provinces, hundreds of Tao provinces. Hundreds of thousands of true immortals? The number of true immortals arriving next is estimated to exceed 1 million. Jun Nangong said softly. 1 million true immortals.
Yun Yunsun swallowed nervously.
If it weren't for the Wuji ancestor, how could we possibly stand here now? Jun Haiqiu said with emotion. They had come to visit the martial ancestor and had soon met Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan told them to stay at the martial temple for a while and would find time to give them some guidance when he was free. That was why the 3 of them could come and go from the martial temple with such ease. Such treatment would probably make those half-step immortal king powerhouses outside jealous. Being able to freely enter and leave the martial temple is equivalent to feeling the breath of the martial ancestor up close, which is a great honor for those half-step immortal kings. Staying in close proximity to an immortal king is also a huge opportunity for them. Inside the cave dwelling, Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged. Orange-yellow flames burned continuously within his body. Lin Yuan's physical body began to collapse, turning to ash that fell away after an unknown amount of time. In the blink of an eye, blood rebirth operated, and Lin Yuan's physical body rapidly recovered, coming back once again. I can feel it. I'm almost done completely absorbing the orange-yellow liquid. Lin Yuan's eyes were slightly closed as he felt the enhancements to his body and inner world. Now, Lin Yuan's inner world was 6.5 times larger than that of a normal 8th-layer evolver. Aside from the 3.33 times increase provided by the crimson liquid, the orange-yellow liquid had brought Lin Yuan's enhancement up to 3.2 times. This was extremely close to the maximum enhancement limit of the orange-yellow liquid, 3.33 times. I should be close to encountering the 3rd type of liquid. Lin Yuan thought silently. However, in the process of absorbing the first 2 types of liquids, my divine skill, blood rebirth, has also been exercised and enhanced. A smile emerged on Lin Yuan's face. As a physical body divine ability, blood rebirth could also be strengthened, albeit at an exceedingly slow rate. However, after thousands, even tens of thousands of times of absorbing the liquids from the mysterious gourd, causing the collapse and then recovery of his physical body, blood rebirth was naturally able to be strengthened. This is good. It saves me having to go through the process again after I return to the main world. Lin Yuan was in a good mood. In the spirit realm, it took Lin Yuan a full 100 years to fully absorb the orange-yellow liquid. But with this 100-year enhancement of the physical body divine ability blood rebirth, Lin Yuan would need, at most, only a few days to completely absorb the orange-yellow liquid upon returning to the main world. Because Lin Yuan had greatly elevated his comprehension of blood rebirth, he could withstand the burning of the orange-yellow flames for a longer period, the same being true in the main world. The 9 heavens. The 7th layer of heaven. The Taiji primordial spirit ascended, surveying his surroundings. I'll start with the 7th layer of heaven to see if I can encounter an immortal king. After learning that the power of creation wielded by the immortal kings was equivalent to the cosmic force of the main world, Lin Yuan was extremely enthusiastic about finding other immortal king-level powerhouses, especially the existence at the level of a supreme immortal king, whose power of creation could be equivalent to that of a higher cosmic force. Comprehending such a higher cosmic force would aid Lin Yuan enormously once he stepped into the 9th rank, giving him more than 10 times the benefit than from comprehending ordinary cosmic forces. Given the limited time, Lin Yuan naturally focused on comprehending higher cosmic forces. This layer of heaven. Lin Yuan released his senses, trying to spread them in all directions as much as possible. Lin Yuan's eyes brightened as he detected the breath of an immortal king.
Whoosh.
He headed straight towards the immortal king.
Moments later.
Lin Yuan stopped. Looking ahead, he saw a towering, burly figure standing before him, closely observing a spectacle similar to a black hole in the distance. What's this? Lin Yuan observed the towering figure, who was carrying a huge axe. Merely sitting there, the aura emanating from the axe felt as though it could split open countless worlds. Is this the open heaven immortal king? Does he wield the power of opening the heavens? Lin Yuan was slightly shaken. Among the many pieces of information provided by the purple-robed elder, the open heaven immortal king's destructive power could rank in the top 3 among the supreme immortal kings of this era, and his power of opening the heavens could nearly cleave apart anything. As if sensing someone's gaze, the towering figure of the open heaven immortal king glanced at Lin Yuan. Open heaven immortal king. Lin Yuan walked up with a smile. A short while later, Lin Yuan stored away a strand of the power of opening the heavens and left contentedly. As a fellow supreme immortal king, it was not too difficult to request a strand of the power of opening the heavens for study, as long as he showed goodwill. Of course, Lin Yuan also offered his Taiji power in exchange. Having never appeared in the spirit realm before, the Taiji power piqued the open heaven immortal king's curiosity, and he agreed readily and promptly.
Just like that.
Lin Yuan's Taiji primordial spirit remained in the 7th layer of heaven, studying the powers of creation of many immortal kings. 300 years flew by in the blink of an eye. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 15. The temptation of the 9th layer of heaven. Please subscribe. Marvels filled the 7th layer of heaven as a figure descended. We're here. Lin Yuan smiled, looking at a celestial king seated cross-legged in the distance, quietly sitting there, the void around him being invisibly affected, becoming exceptionally stable, allowing even ordinary people to survive. It should be known that even the 1st layer of heaven required at least the combat power of a true immortal to enter. Life forms below the level of true immortals rashly ascending, without the protection of true immortal-level powerhouses, simply could not withstand the pressure from between the layers of heaven. It was like this even for the first layer of heaven, let alone the seventh layer of heaven. Normally, only a supreme immortal king could reside permanently in the seventh layer of heaven. Supreme immortal king, Lin Yuan carefully observed the celestial king, one of the most renowned kings among the 3,000 provinces. The supreme immortal king was a supreme immortal king, and within the 3,000 provinces, there was one specifically named the Supreme Tao Province, the place where the immortal king's teachings were passed down. Lin Yuan had once instructed people from the Martial Temple to collect numerous immortal path skills, including the Supreme Jade Purity Immortal Scripture, which was created by the Supreme Immortal King himself and intentionally disseminated. In terms of killing power, the Supreme Immortal King is not as good as the Open Heaven Immortal King, but in terms of overall strength, the two should be on the same level, Lin Yuan secretly said to himself. Among the Supreme Immortal Kings, there were strengths and weaknesses. Some Supreme Immortal Kings who possessed a complete power of creation were stronger than other Supreme Immortal Kings, and some even controlled several complete powers of creation. Compared to the restriction of lifespan imposed on 8th layer invincibles in the main world, the Supreme Immortal Kings of the Spirit Realm could almost be said to exist alongside the Spirit Realm, with ample time to comprehend various powers of creation. Martial Ancestor. The Supreme Immortal King opened his eyes, looked towards Lin Yuan, and greeted him with a smiling expression. In the past 300 years, although Lin Yuan had never officially made a move, the Supreme Immortal Kings, with their perception, were basically aware of Lin Yuan's unfathomably deep strength. Thus, whether it was the Open Heaven Immortal King, the Supreme Immortal King, or other Supreme Immortal Kings, they were all willing to make his acquaintance. Over the years, Lin Yuan made acquaintance with quite a few Supreme Immortal Kings. Those who were able to stay in the seventh layer of heaven were all Supreme Immortal Kings, and Lin Yuan proactively approached each one for communication, attempting trades for the powers of creation in their control. Open Heaven asked me to check with you. How are the preparations going? Lin Yuan looked at the Supreme Immortal King and spoke. I am ready. The Supreme Immortal King's expression became solemn as he seriously said, those old-timers from the prehistoric era who refuse to die, they've hogged the 8th layer of heaven for so long, it's about time they made some room. For ordinary tribulation-transcending celestial kings like the man in the purple robe, it was difficult to get involved with matters related to the prehistoric era. But to the eyes of Supreme Immortal Kings, the prehistoric era was no secret. Since the fall of the prehistoric era and the start of the era of the 3,000 provinces, those Supreme Immortal Kings who survived from the prehistoric era have occupied the 8th layer of heaven. And they forbade Supreme Immortal Kings born in the era of the 3,000 provinces from ascending. Therefore, all this time, Supreme Immortal Kings born in the era of the 3,000 provinces, like Open Heaven Immortal King and Supreme Immortal King, have continuously tried to attack the 8th layer of heaven, aiming to explore the 9th layer of heaven. Whether from the prehistoric era or the era of the 3,000 provinces, all Supreme Immortal Kings were clear about one thing. That is, the 9th layer of heaven held a profound secret. There are people beyond people, heavens beyond heavens, and above the 9 heavens are celestial beings. This phrase was no rumor. These celestial beings here, it is rumored, might be existences that transcend the level of an immortal king. The end of the prehistoric era also related to the 9th layer of heaven. All Supreme Immortal Kings longed immensely for the 9th layer of heaven. However, for the time being, the path to the 9th layer of heaven, the 8th layer of heaven, was occupied by those Supreme Immortal Kings from the prehistoric era. How could the Supreme Immortal Kings from the era of the 3,000 provinces just stand by and watch? So for millions of years, every few 100,000 years, Supreme Immortal Kings like Open Heaven Immortal King attempted to invade the 8th layer of heaven. And just now, the preparations mentioned by Lin Yuan were for Supreme Immortal Kings like the Open Heaven Immortal King to once again attack the 8th layer of heaven. Of course, up to now, those Supreme Immortal Kings from the prehistoric era still held the advantage, and the plans of immortal kings like Open Heaven to invade the 8th layer of heaven had all failed. The prehistoric era. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. His joining forces with the Open Heaven Immortal King and the Supreme Immortal King and other Supreme Immortal Kings wasn't just for the ninth layer of heaven. It was more about the powers of creation held by those Supreme Immortal Kings from the prehistoric era. In the past 300 years, Lin Yuan had almost gathered a thread of the power of creation controlled by all Supreme Immortal Kings from the current era. But he had not had much contact with those from the prehistoric era. After leaving the Supreme Immortal King, Lin Yuan returned to his own residence in the seventh layer of heaven. I have made significant progress in these 300 years. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, especially in the comprehension of cosmic force, with a reference of powers of creation from various Supreme Immortal Kings. In just 300 years, Lin Yuan had grasped over 30 types of cosmic force. Of those, 4 were considered higher cosmic forces: Open Heaven Force, Annihilation Force, Immeasurable Force, and Equilibrium Force. As for ordinary cosmic forces, there were nearly 30 kinds, including Innate Purple Qi, Infinite Cutting, Fluctuation Domain, Supreme Yang Thunder, and so on. Of course, these cosmic forces, Lin Yuan had only initially comprehended, without delving further into them. According to the categorization by the Supreme Immortal Kings of the Spirit Realm, each power of creation could be divided into 3 realms: the first realm, second realm, and third realm. Lin Yuan had only grasped the first realm and then stopped delving deeper, investigating new powers of creation instead. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension ability: creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 15. The Temptation of the Ninth Layer of Heaven. Please subscribe. _2. This is also the most efficient method, first understanding these powers of creation and then bringing them to the main world to transform into cosmic forces. Although he had the world coordinates of the spirit realm, Lin Yuan could return to this world at any time, but it would cost 10 strands of world-breaking origin force, so he needed to be cautious. In fact, ordinary powers of creation are just a part of the higher powers of creation. Lin Yuan mused thoughtfully. Although the dozens of powers of creation he comprehended were all at the first layer of heaven, they involved 4 higher powers of creation. Take, for example, the immeasurable force, a higher power of creation, which encompassed a variety of ordinary powers of creation, including innate purple qi, fluctuation domain, and so on. Infinite cutting is also a higher power of creation, one aspect of the open heaven force. Unfortunately, not all Supreme Immortal Kings possess the higher powers of creation. Ordinary powers of creation, if cultivated to the third realm, are also close to the second realm of higher powers of creation. Lin Yuan silently thought to himself, most creation immortal kings who mastered several third realm ordinary powers of creation have combat powers that are not much weaker than those of open heaven immortal kings. The main issue is that cultivating higher powers of creation to the third realm is extremely difficult. Even open heaven immortal kings and supreme immortal kings stop at the second realm. The dozens of powers of creation I've mastered, although they are all at the first layer of heaven, when combined, should they not be almost as powerful as the third realm of a certain higher power of creation? Lin Yuan secretly thought. If he only pondered 1 or 2 higher powers of creation, with Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, he might be able to cultivate them to the third realm in 300 years. But this did not meet Lin Yuan's expectations. There were so many powers of creation in the spirit realm. Bringing them to the main world would transform them into cosmic forces. Quantity is definitely more important than quality. Quality can be improved after returning to the main world, but as for quantity, if not satisfied, one can only pay 10 strands of world-breaking origin force to return to the spirit realm. Understanding dozens of powers of creation was only a part of Lin Yuan's harvest from 300 years of cultivation. Lin Yuan also surpassed the 3rd stage in the perfection of the 8th stage martial Tao and entered the 4th stage. In Lin Yuan's conception, the The 8th layer part is divided into 4 stages. Reaching the 4th stage means he's nearly at the end. This also aligns with many evolutionary paths in the main world, which are also divided into 4 stages for their 8th layer part. As for becoming invincible beyond the 8th layer, in essence, it's also in the 4th stage, but having mastered some kind of cosmic force, it's considered an unreplicable case. Unfortunately, the main world has a lot of restrictions on cosmic forces. My Taiji force is a cosmic force. Future martial Dao cultivators, even if they follow my footsteps step by step, will not be able to transform into this kind of cosmic force again. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. Of course, if the Taiji force doesn't work, one could try other forces. For example, the 5 elements force: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. These 5 basic elements nurture and restrain each other. Once these 5 basic rules are fully understood and the 5 elements rules are fused, it will probably be another cosmic force. Martial Dao encompasses all Daos, and theoretically, it has the potential to give birth to many cosmic forces. There's also the space rules model. Within the depths of Lin Yuan's eyes, faint spatial fluctuations began to appear. In 300 years, Lin Yuan has fully understood up to 4,600 core spatial models. Aside from the 3,000 understood 300 years ago, he has comprehended more than 1,600 more in these 300 years. To know, there are over 7,000 core spatial models, and as the number increases, the difficulty of understanding them increases. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan was still able to comprehend more than 1,600, which is quite incredible. 4,600 core spatial models, taking the main world's 8th stage evolvers as a template, my inner world should have a size of about 680,000 miles in radius. The more spatial models one comprehends, the larger the inner world becomes. Theoretically, if 8th layer evolvers comprehend 7,782 core spatial models, their inner world could reach a size of 10 million miles in radius. But that's the size of a normal 8th layer evolver's inner world. The size of my inner world. A trace of peculiarity appeared on Lin Yuan's face. With the blessing of the mysterious gourd, Lin Yuan's inner world had nearly reached a staggering 70 million miles in radius. Such an immense inner world, let alone human 8th layer evolvers, even the Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan of the Peak Bloodline and special beings couldn't compare. Theoretically, the upper limit of the Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan's inner world is 50 million miles in radius, and that is why Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan is known as a peak bloodline, with an upper limit 5 times that of humans. But now, Lin Yuan's inner world has exceeded the upper limit of the Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan's inner world by a large margin, which is quite unbelievable. The most crucial thing is, an inner world with a 70 million miles radius is still far from Lin Yuan's limit. The gourd. The inner world size surpassed that of other 8th layer evolvers' spatial understanding by tenfold, naturally, because Lin Yuan's absorption of the liquid inside the mysterious gourd had reached the 4th kind. Out of the 7 types of liquid, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple, Lin Yuan had begun to absorb the green liquid. The color of the mysterious gourd also transformed into a grayish-green. The difficulty of absorbing the green liquid is far greater than the first 3 types of liquids. I started absorbing this kind 20 years ago, but until now, it has not even increased my physical body's power in the inner world by 1-fold. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, predicting that the absorption rate would only slow down as he progressed, especially with the last 3 types, cyan, blue, and purple. Lin Yuan even suspected they might be prepared for 8th layer life forms. No matter what, I've already made a killing. Having an inner world 10 times larger out of nowhere, even supreme beings would find it inconceivable, right? Lin Yuan didn't know if supreme beings could achieve this, but at least with his identities as a 7th-level citizen coupled with being the Star Lord and the founder of the Martial Path evolutionary path, he had never heard of such a thing. Now the power of my Taiji primordial spirit is far weaker than my true body. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Without the mysterious gourd, there wouldn't be much difference between the power of the Taiji primordial spirit and the true body. The true body mastered the powers of Taiji, open heaven, and other cosmic forces, which the Taiji primordial spirit could also wield. Even because of the nature of its soul energy physique, the Taiji primordial spirit could be a bit more troublesome.
But now,
due to the gap in the inner worlds, the Taiji primordial spirit's inner world is only 6.8 million miles in circumference. On the other hand, the inner world created by the true body has reached 70 million miles in circumference. With a tenfold difference, the true body and the primordial spirit are simply not on the same level. The 3,000 Dao provinces. Xianwang Domain. Martial Temple. With 300 years of development, today's Martial Temple has become a massive presence in Dongyun Tao Province. Its influence has transcended Dongyun Tao Province, spreading to dozens and even hundreds of adjacent provinces. Across the entire 3,000 Dao provinces, the influence of the martial Tao cultivation system might not match that of the Immortal Path, but within Dongyun Tao Province and the surrounding provinces, its influence is undoubtedly unmatched. Even the Immortal Path cannot suppress the martial Tao in the slightest. The reason is that the martial ancestor himself is personally stationed in the martial temple. Over the past 300 years, the martial ancestor has made several appearances to give lectures on the nature of martial Tao, leading countless geniuses and prodigies onto the path of martial Tao. Inside the cave abode, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Martial Tao now. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. After 300 years of promoting martial Tao, the current martial Tao cultivation system had become the strongest cultivation system beneath the Immortal Path, second to none. Over the past 300 years, the occasional tribulation transcending celestial king sought to visit Lin Yuan, only to sense a fraction of Lin Yuan's strength, as had the man in the purple robe, before ordering their disciples and descendants not to oppose the martial temple. Over time, the influence of martial Tao grew larger and larger. It is predictable that, with time passing, martial Tao might truly reach the heights of the Immortal Path. The only dissatisfaction for Lin Yuan was that, to this day, martial Tao had still not produced an 8th-stage powerhouse. Despite several lectures, they have only resulted in a large number of martial Tao 5th-stage and 6th-stage practitioners. However, the 8th stage of martial arts, comparable to a tribulation-transcending celestial king, a warrior of the martial path, alluding to an 8th-stage powerhouse, has yet to emerge. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension ability, creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 16, The Battle of Ascension. Please subscribe. 8th stage of martial Tao. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The martial Tao cultivation system was so formidable solely because he, the martial ancestor, was present. Essentially, the foundation of martial Tao was still too shallow. Despite having a history of tens of thousands of years, apart from the 300 or 400 years when Lin Yuan was in charge, there weren't many achievements during other times. Just relying on a few hundred years to cultivate an 8th-stage martial Tao from nothing was like a fool's dream. Even if Lin Yuan exhausted his own origin source to nurture a cultivator, when breaking through from the 7th rank to the 8th layer, if one's state of heart during the heart demon tribulation was even slightly off, it would all be in vain. As long as I can cultivate an 8th layer martial Tao cultivator before my time of stay runs out, the martial Tao cultivation system can become truly stable. Lin Yuan thought to himself. In Lin Yuan's heart, among the few who might possibly advance to the 8th layer, naturally were the old 7th rank cultivators, Li Qing, Shan Yang, and Nie Yun. As for those who started on the path of martial Tao in the past few hundred years, their accumulation was far from sufficient. The 7th layer of heaven. More than 20 supreme immortal kings, including Lin Yuan, converged in one place, their terrifying aura shaking billion-mile radius. In the era since the 3,000 Dao states, Over tens of millions of years, the number of Supreme Immortal King-level powerhouses born added up does not surpass 30, and now, almost all of them were gathered here. The eighth layer of heaven. The open heaven Immortal King stood towering, wielding a pitch-black giant axe on his back, his gaze sharp as he looked off into the entrance to the eighth layer of heaven. There, enveloped in clouds and mist, fearsome auras circulated ambiguously, clearly the methods left behind by those supreme immortal kings of the prehistoric era. To prevent later generations from entering the eighth layer of heaven and sharing the chance of the ninth layer of heaven with them. Last time during the Ascension battle, my strength hadn't broken through. This time it surely will. The open heaven Immortal King glanced at the other supreme immortal kings, his tone filled with confidence. The power of creation he wielded belonged to a higher order. Moreover, it was a higher order power of creation adept in offense, making him the main force in each incursion into the eighth layer of heaven. And this invasion into the eighth layer of heaven was also referred to by the supreme immortal kings such as the Open Heaven Immortal King as the Ascension Battle. Open Heaven, we believe in you. Exactly. Those old fogies from the prehistoric era are far too greedy, even trying to monopolize the opportunity of the ninth layer of heaven. I'll deal with that missed Immortal King later. The numerous Ascension battles had left the Supreme Immortal Kings present quite familiar with those old-timers of the eighth layer of heaven. As Supreme Immortal Kings, even if they failed in their ascension, at worst they would only suffer heavy damage. It was nearly impossible for them to fall, so those Supreme Immortal Kings from the eighth layer of heaven had never descended to the seventh layer of heaven to hunt them down. In fact, even if they did pursue them, it would be very difficult to completely kill a Supreme Immortal King. Lin Yuan stood aside, quietly listening to the exchange between the various Supreme Immortal Kings. Among the more than 20 Supreme Immortal Kings present, only Lin Yuan was a newcomer, having never participated in an Ascension battle, so he remained silent at this moment. Lin Yuan looked up slightly toward the entrance to the eighth layer of heaven. With his perception, he had already sensed that auras of Supreme Immortal King caliber kept converging, indicating that the Supreme Immortal King level forces of the eighth layer of heaven also knew that an Ascension battle was soon to be initiated by the likes of the Open Heaven Immortal King. The ninth layer of heaven. Lin Yuan also grew curious about what exactly the ninth layer of heaven contained that made the Supreme Immortal Kings from the prehistoric era gather at the eighth layer of heaven and jointly prevent later Supreme Immortal Kings from joining. I will know soon enough. Lin Yuan silently thought to himself. The eighth layer of heaven. Vast and boundless, a series of terrifying auras all appeared at the exit connecting to the seventh layer of heaven. Those little guys below want to fight their way up again, but what's the point with their power, even if they get up here? A figure enshrouded in clouds and mist sneered. As a Supreme Immortal King from the prehistoric era, he was completely entitled to call the Open Heaven Immortal King and the Supreme Immortal King little guys. We mustn't underestimate them. That Open Heaven Immortal King holds the power of Open Heaven, and there's also the Supreme Immortal King, who commands the immeasurable force. If they comprehend it to the third heavenly realm, that would be troublesome for us. Another figure spoke slowly. The power of Open Heaven. The immeasurable force. Both were higher-order powers of creation. In previous Ascension battles, the Open Heaven Immortal King and the Supreme Immortal King had only comprehended these higher-order powers of creation to the second realm. That's why they were easily repelled. It's just a trouble. The third figure stated calmly. What if they truly understood the higher-order powers of creation to the third realm? Those long-lived Supreme Immortal Kings, almost all of them had similar methods. In terms of talent, they, the Supreme Immortal Kings of the prehistoric era, were in no way inferior to those of the 3000 Tao States era. In terms of cultivation years, they had nearly spanned 2 eras, far surpassing the Supreme Immortal Kings like the Open Heaven Immortal King. Although longer years of cultivation did not necessarily mean stronger power, they certainly couldn't be weak. Leave that Open Heaven Immortal King to me. I also cultivate the power of Open Heaven, a similarly towering figure said. The powers of creation in the spirit realm were not unique and could be comprehended by multiple immortal kings. Since the power of open heaven was a higher-order power of creation specialized in killing power, it naturally drew the attention of many supreme immortal kings. As the various supreme immortal kings were conversing,
boom,
a fearsome gleam of an axe, coming from the seventh layer of heaven, cleaved through the void and crashed toward the hazy entrance of the eighth layer of heaven. At the moment the Taiji primordial spirit was sneak attacked, Lin Yuan's true body left the martial temple and directly entered the nine heavens, following the principle that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. He traversed through various marvels and phenomena, layer barriers, and arrived here. Sneak attack you? Lingxiu, Immortal King, was slightly stunned. Immediately, his face showed an incredulous expression. The martial ancestor earlier. Was it this person in front of him? Lingxiu, Immortal King, found it hard to believe. The martial ancestor's strength was indeed very strong, even surpassing the Open Heaven Immortal King and Supreme Immortal King. But that was it. In a one-on-one situation, even without sneak attacking, Lingxiu, Immortal King, was confident he could suppress the martial ancestor. The reason for the sneak attack was merely to resolve the fight quickly and, as much as possible, erase this unstable factor that was the martial ancestor. For Lingxiu, Immortal King, who had lived through the long years, he no longer cared about whether it involved sneak attacking or not. The surrounding Supreme Immortal Kings were also closely watching Lin Yuan. They couldn't help it. Lin Yuan's method of appearance was too terrifying, with formidable barriers of the heaven. The appearance was like mere thin paper in his presence. It was utterly unimaginable. The martial ancestor. He is the martial ancestor? How is that possible? No, wait, the aura is similar. They could indeed be the same person. Many supreme immortal kings, especially those from the era of 3,000 Dao states, initially were utterly dumbfounded, but as they carefully felt it out, they vaguely discovered that the martial ancestor, who they had good relations with, indeed had similarities in aura with the person before them. This similarity was fundamental, possessing the same power of creation, as well as that vast power similar to the world's force of the spirit realm. The difference is that the earlier martial ancestor, who possessed that type of world's force, if it were from the lower realm's One Dao province. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 17 Invincible Lin Yuan. Subscribe please. _2. Then the martial ancestor now could casually release a strand of world power that was as vast as 3,000 Daozhou states. Impossible. How could you be so strong? Even if it's an avatar or incarnation, the gap between it and the true self couldn't possibly be this big. Lingxiu, Immortal King, murmured to himself, voicing the doubts that all the supreme immortal kings harbored in their hearts. The difference in strength between the former and current martial ancestors was too great, and even though Lingxiu, Immortal King, knew such a powerful being would not deign to lie, he still refused to believe it. That's something you don't need to know anymore. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yuan's Taiji primordial spirit was not much weaker than his true self. But alas, the mysterious gourd had brought about a tenfold increase both to the true body's internal world and to the physical body. What did a tenfold increase imply? The internal world expanded from 680,000 square miles to 70 million square miles, and the boost to the power of the world was far beyond 100 or a few hundred times. It was precisely because of his vast inner world that Lin Yuan was able to crushingly break into the seventh layer of heaven. Of course, apart from the physical body and inner world, the divine skill, enhancement, that Lin Yuan commanded also widened the gap between his true self and the Taiji primordial spirit. Enhancement is a physical body divine ability that can incidentally boost the spirit will of the soul, but its foundation lies in the physical body. The Taiji primordial spirit, which is only the primordial spirit body, is incapable of using this divine skill. However, the enhancement divine skill came with side effects. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan would not use this trump card. A thought flickered in Lin Yuan's mind. The terrifying power of the world, following the spatial planes of the seventh layer of heaven, directly rolled towards Lingxiu, Immortal King. The physical body of Lingxiu, Immortal King, directly turned to dust. The higher power of creation, the power of annihilation, condensed into a sphere and fell into the hands of Lin Yuan. The other types of ordinary powers of creation were also integrated by Lin Yuan into his body. These powers of creation, especially the higher power of creation, were highly valued by Lin Yuan. Taking them back to the main world would transform them into higher cosmic forces, greatly benefiting his 9th rank Dao.
Swish.
After the physical body of Lingxiu, Immortal King, shattered, an ethereal soul body flew out in escape. As a supreme immortal king within the immortal cultivation system, most of their methods are invested in the soul. Battles between supreme immortal kings rarely end in life or death, largely because the supreme immortal kings at most just give up their physical bodies. As long as they are willing to escape with their soul bodies, they could almost always get away. Too terrifying. The soul body of Lingxiu, Immortal King, trembled in spirit. Just now, under the pressure of the power of the world, he nearly failed to escape with his soul body. This martial ancestor, his background is definitely not simple. He must be one of those terrifying beings from the earliest eras. Lingxiu, Immortal King's soul body tore through the void, fleeing towards the entrance to the 8th layer of heaven. You think you can escape? Lin Yuan disappeared from where he stood. The next moment, next to Lingxiu, Immortal King's soul body, a hand reached out and grabbed.
Ah!
Lingxiu, Immortal King's soul body let out a piercing scream and was immediately grasped by Lin Yuan, who proceeded with a soul search and then refined it into the purest spiritual power. The 8th layer of heaven, an area of winding palaces, within a certain side hall. A man with a face that closely resembled Lingxiu, Immortal King, opened his eyes. As a supreme immortal king who had survived from the prehistoric era, Lingxiu, Immortal King, had many life-saving methods. Even if his true self perished, he could still resurrect within this body that had been prepared long ago. However, at this moment, Lingxiu, Immortal King, felt no joy from his resurrection. His gaze was filled with worry and unease. That martial ancestor is too frightening. I have cultivated the power of annihilation to the 3rd realm and supplemented it with 6 other ordinary powers of creation of the 3rd realm, but in front of that martial ancestor, I couldn't even struggle. Lingxiu, Immortal King, felt a chill in his heart. For the long years from the prehistoric era to now, he finally felt the breath of death. It was complete death. Given the strength of the martial ancestor, he will surely enter the 8th layer of heaven soon. Lingxiu, Immortal King, studied his spirit. I must inform the chaotic Celestial King and the others. In the prehistoric era, although Lingxiu, Immortal King, was an outstanding figure among the supreme immortal kings, he was not the strongest. The ones who could truly be called the strongest immortal kings of the ancient past were the chaotic Celestial Kings, who had led Lingxiu, Immortal King, and the others to take charge of the 8th layer of heaven. These supreme immortal kings had mastered several high-level powers of creation and had all cultivated to the 3rd realm. Their strength was immeasurable. Of course, in the eyes of the Lingxiu, Immortal King, even if the strongest immortal kings under the chaotic Celestial King were added together, they would still be far from being a match for the martial ancestor. At least in front of the chaotic Celestial King, he could still talk back for a while, but the mere thought of resisting the martial ancestor was something he dared not even entertain. But now, the Lingxiu, Immortal King, didn't have much of a choice, as the martial ancestor's entry into the 8th layer of heaven was imminent. The only thing he could rely on was the chaotic Celestial King and his peers. The chaotic Celestial King has been studying the 9th layer of heaven for so many years. Perhaps he has figured out some kind of killing move that can stop the martial ancestor. The Lingshu Immortal King had felt the power of the martial ancestor and didn't even dream that the chaotic Celestial King and the others would be able to repel, let alone defeat him. If they could just barely hold him off, it would be a fortune from the heavens. After Lin Yuan conducted a soul search on the Lingshu Immortal King, he learned many secrets about the 8th layer of heaven and the prehistoric era. So it turns out that the group of supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era, led by the chaotic Celestial King, the chaotic Celestial King had realized 4 kinds of high-level powers of creation and had also cultivated them to the 3rd realm. After the end of the prehistoric era, the chaotic Celestial King led a group of supreme immortal kings to ascend to the 8th layer of heaven and has been trying to reach the 9th layer of heaven ever since, but to this day, they have yet to succeed. Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. The chaotic Celestial King had realized 4 kinds of high-level powers of creation and cultivated them all to the 3rd realm. In this respect, Lin Yuan couldn't compare. Although Lin Yuan had also realized 4 kinds of high-level powers of creation, they were all at the 1st realm. But Lin Yuan also possessed an inner world with a radius of 70 million miles, and with the vast expanse of his inner world, he didn't consider the chaotic Celestial King a concern. Has it not been long enough, and still, they have not ascended to the 9th layer of heaven? Lin Yuan was very interested in the chaotic Celestial King. The 4 types of powers of creation the other party possessed probably included 1 or 2 that Lin Yuan had not realized. Lin Yuan's gaze turned to the battlefield, looking towards the other supreme immortal kings. Run. Quick, back to the 8th layer of heaven. The supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era fled without hesitation towards the entrance to the 8th layer of heaven. What a joke. If they did not run now, were they waiting to follow the same path as the Lingshu Immortal King? Although they didn't know the full extent of Lin Yuan's strength, just based on the means he used to kill the Lingshu Immortal King, he was far beyond what they could handle. As for joining forces and resisting together, when the gap in strength reached a certain level, the advantage of numbers would no longer be an advantage unless it was the Sea of Bugs tactics used in the main world. Otherwise, dozens of supreme immortal kings, in front of Lin Yuan, would likely be no more significant than toys, to be trifled with at will. Lin Yuan did not stop these supreme immortal kings from their mass flee. There was mainly no need, since above was the 8th layer of heaven, so where could these supreme immortal kings even escape to? For a moment, within the 7th layer of heaven, only Lin Yuan, the open heaven immortal king, the supreme immortal king, and more than 20 other immortal kings were left. Martial ancestor. A moment later, the open heaven immortal king mustered the courage, approached Lin Yuan, and tried to speak. Open heaven. Lin Yuan gave a faint smile, voluntarily reined in his aura, and casually greeted him. During the 300 years, Lin Yuan had a pleasant time interacting with the open heaven immortal king, the supreme immortal king, and the various supreme immortal kings. He did not intend to leverage his strength to overwhelm at this moment. The response from Lin Yuan let the open heaven immortal king breathe a small sigh of relief. At least by speaking this way, Lin Yuan was treating him as one of his own. He didn't need to be as terrified as those supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era. Martial ancestor, what kind of power of creation have you mastered exactly? Seeing this, the supreme immortal king stepped forward as well, unable to contain his curiosity. The power Lin Yuan had just displayed was terrifying, and if he had not lacked some of the characteristics that were legendary for a king above an immortal king, they would have almost believed Lin Yuan had already taken that step. What kind of power of creation? Lin Yuan shook his head. Should it be considered cosmic force? The cosmic force nurtured within the inner world was a power entirely different from the power of creation and cosmic force. It depended on the inner world one had opened up. It didn't require enlightenment. As long as one had opened up an inner world, one could master it. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension ability. creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 18, 500 Years, Seeking Subscriptions. Power of the World. Open Heaven Immortal King. Supreme Immortal Kings such as the Supreme Immortal King exchanged glances. They had never heard of such power of creation before. However, since martial ancestor said so, the power must exist. Let's go. Let's take a look at the 8th layer of heaven. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he headed towards the entrance to the 8th layer of heaven. At that time, the entrance to the 8th layer of heaven no longer had the supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era standing guard. It was empty, with wisps of illusory power drifting around. That was the trial from the 7th layer of heaven to the 8th layer of heaven, a natural phenomenon within the 9 heavens. Even if destroyed, it would recover. Just like the barriers between the layers of heaven torn by Lin Yuan were now quickly restoring themselves. Just go straight up from the entrance. Lin Yuan took a glance. Previously, when the Taiji primordial spirit was ambushed by the Lingxiu immortal king, Lin Yuan, in his true body, was in a rush, so he bulldozed his way through with a brute force approach. Now, there was no need for that. The entrance was right in front of them. They could simply pass through. The trial from the 7th layer of heaven to the 8th layer of heaven, similar to a soul illusion, was not unlike the heart demon tribulation and the tribulation of the spirit, but it was many times stronger than the latter. However, the many supreme immortal kings present had been tempered over a long period of time, and the strength of their spirits, even without deliberate cultivation, was not so weak that they could not easily pass through. Although Lin Yuan had experienced a relatively short period of time, his mental will index, having been honed in a supreme being's body, coupled with the nurturing of his vast inner world, was no weaker than that of the supreme immortal kings present, if not stronger. Whoosh! Lin Yuan easily arrived at the 8th layer of heaven. The environment here was similar to the 7th layer of heaven. The only difference was that there was a mysterious aura faintly permeating the area, originating from the 9th layer of heaven above. There are people beyond man and heavens beyond heavens. Above the 9 heavens are the celestial beings. That's the age-old saying in the vast spirit realm regarding the 9th layer of heaven. The so-called celestial beings, as speculated by many supreme immortal kings, might be an invincible entity seated in the 9th layer of heaven overlooking the vast spirit realm. The reason why the supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era and the many eras of the 3,000 Tao states were so eager to enter the 9th layer of heaven was to seek the guidance of that invincible entity. This is the 8th layer of heaven? Indeed, it's extraordinary, different from the 7th layer of heaven. Open Heaven Immortal King and Supreme Immortal Kings like the Supreme Immortal King followed closely behind. This was their first ascent to the 8th layer of heaven. During past ascension battles, they were all repelled by the Lingxiu Immortal King. Now, following behind Lin Yuan, they finally realized their long-standing wish. The 9th layer of heaven? Lin Yuan looked up, gazing into the sky. Compared to the barriers of the previous 8 layers of heaven, the barrier of the 9th layer of heaven faintly emitted a pale golden light, and even Lin Yuan was not sure he could break through it. Or to say, confident about shredding it, but it would take a significant amount of time, as the barrier between the 9 heavens, once damaged, would quickly regenerate. The speed at which Lin Yuan tore the barrier had to be much faster than the rate at which it recovered. Let's go to the entrance of the 9th layer of heaven. Lin Yuan made up his mind. After the soul search of the Lingxiu Immortal King, he was very familiar with the 8th layer of heaven and directly flew towards the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven. The entrance to the 9th layer of heaven. Dozens of figures stood there. These dozens of figures were the most powerful of the supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era, each having cultivated at least one type of high-level power of creation to the 3rd realm. Most had mastered more than 2 types of high-level power of creation in the 3rd realm. The Lingxiu Immortal King had so oppressed the supreme immortal kings of the 3,000 Tao states era that they could hardly breathe. But among this group of supreme immortal kings, they were basically at the bottom of the ranks. In the prehistoric era, having experienced a complete era of time, plus the long years of the current 3,000 Dao states, the number of supreme immortal kings was much larger and stronger than the immature 3,000 Dao states era. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lin Yuan's figure appeared not far away. Open Heaven Immortal King and Supreme Immortal Kings like the Supreme Immortal King also followed behind Lin Yuan. So many powerful beings? Open Heaven Immortal King was a bit overwhelmed. Only now did they realize how ludicrous their battles for ascension had been. Among the many Supreme Immortal Kings standing at the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven, just a few could easily suppress the 20-some Supreme Immortal Kings. Supreme Immortal King was also looking tense at this moment. Had it not been for Lin Yuan standing in front of them, they might have had the urge to flee. The head of the various Supreme Immortal Kings from the prehistoric era was a tall figure with a chaotic aura. He stood at the very forefront of all the Immortal Kings, clearly the leader among the prehistoric era's strongest Immortal Kings. Chaotic Celestial King. Lin Yuan's gaze was calm. Having soul-searched Lingxiu Immortal King, Lin Yuan naturally knew that the Chaotic Celestial King was the strongest Immortal King of the prehistoric era. Martial Ancestor. The Chaotic Celestial King turned around, looking seriously at Lin Yuan. Lingxiu has already told me. Your strength, Martial Ancestor, far surpasses mine. Whatever you want, Martial Ancestor. Just say it, and I will agree. The Chaotic Celestial King spoke frankly, as if yielding proactively was not a matter of shame. In fact, that was indeed the case. Lingxiu Immortal King had already shown to the Chaotic Celestial King and other Supreme Immortal Kings the happenings of the 7th layer of heaven. Including the Chaotic Celestial King, all the Supreme Immortal Kings from the prehistoric era acknowledged that they could not accomplish what Martial Ancestor had done. Even in many deductions made by the Chaotic Celestial King, even if all Supreme Immortal Kings joined forces, in the face of Martial Ancestor, they could at best only struggle to survive for a while before inevitably facing defeat. Knowing the outcome in advance, the Chaotic Celestial King naturally would not have any resistance, yielding and admitting defeat proactively. Oh, all credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension Ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 18, 500 Years, Subscription Request, _2. Lin Yuan did take an extra look at the Chaotic Celestial King. That was good. It spared him the extra effort. Separate your soul fragment. Let me perform soul search, Lin Yuan said directly. He chose not to directly perform the soul search, which was a response to the Chaotic Celestial King's initiative to cooperate. Separating a soul fragment for Lin Yuan to perform soul search, compared to being suppressed by Lin Yuan before the soul search, had no significant difference, but it was much better in terms of saving face. No problem. The Chaotic Celestial King unhesitatingly split off a part of his soul fragment. This part of the soul fragment contained all his memories, and Lin Yuan only needed to perform soul search on this soul fragment to know everything he wanted to know. Lin Yuan took over the soul fragment from the Chaotic Celestial King. Within a few breaths, the soul search was complete. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan had some realizations in his heart. In the memory of the Chaotic Celestial King, there was the reason for the closing of the prehistoric era. A treasure fell from the 9th layer of heaven at the end of the prehistoric era. This treasure led to a great battle among many Supreme Immortal Kings of the prehistoric era. That battle caused the spirit realm to seem like it had entered doomsday, with Tribulation Stage, Celestial Kings falling in great numbers. Ultimately, as the victor, the Chaotic Celestial King obtained that treasure and entered the 8th layer of heaven with many under his command. After the prehistoric era, the spirit realm took a long time to recover, gradually entering the next era, the 3000 Dao States era. Up to today, the 3000 Dao States era is still in its early stage, not even 1,000th of the prehistoric era. Give me the treasure. Lin Yuan looked at the Chaotic Celestial King. In the prehistoric era, the chaotic celestial king, was only one of the strongest. There were a few supreme immortal kings comparable to him, capable of compelling the chaotic celestial king to risk battling peers and initiate a supreme immortal king-level clash. Clearly, the treasure was critically important. This is that treasure. The chaotic celestial king hesitated for a moment, then promptly handed over the treasure. Having completed the soul search on his soul fragment, Lin Yuan's understanding of that treasure was no lesser than his, with no need for any concealment. The treasure handed over by the chaotic celestial king was an irregular stone, with faint traces of a mysterious force emanating, suffused with a primordial aura. This stone contains an aura of power of creation beyond the higher power of creation. As long as one can comprehend it, even if unable to take that step, one can still advance greatly in the realm of the supreme immortal king. The chaotic celestial king explained in a low voice, looking at the irregular stone in Lin Yuan's hand. Unfortunately, after so many years, I have never comprehended it. Even though I've been nearing the 9th layer of heaven, I have never grasped it. The tone of the chaotic celestial king conveyed an indescribable sentiment. The mysterious aura emanating from the 9th layer of heaven was similar to that of the stone, and the chaotic celestial king believed that being near the 9th layer of heaven for a long time would aid in comprehending the stone. But over the years, the chaotic celestial king's understanding of the stone had reached a standstill, and the mysterious power of creation exceeding the higher power of creation remained elusive. This was also the reason he was so decisive in handing over the stone. Because the chaotic celestial king felt that even if given another era, 10 eras, he would almost never comprehend the power of creation within the stone. Power of creation beyond the higher power of creation? Lin Yuan observed the irregular stone seriously. Compared to the chaotic celestial king's limited understanding, Lin Yuan hailed from the main world, understood the essence of cosmic force, and knew that power surpassing higher cosmic force was something only a 9th-rank evolver could control. Lin Yuan carefully examined the irregular stone. Your discernment is exceptional, observing the mysterious origin, deepening your mastery over its power. Your discernment is exceptional, observing the mysterious origin, deepening your mastery over its power. Your discernment is exceptional, observing the mysterious origin, deepening your mastery over its power. Mysterious origin. Lin Yuan contemplated internally. One thing was certain. The aura within this irregular stone indeed surpassed the higher power of creation. Having observed it for a while, if it were any other higher power of creation, he would have at least grasped something, but facing this irregularly shaped stone, he still had no gains. Of course, the no significant gains here refers to the gains being too insubstantial to be noticed. The 9th layer of heaven. Lin Yuan stored the irregular stone and looked up towards the distant entrance to the 9th layer of heaven. Compared to the entrances of the previous 8 layers, the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven was incredibly broad, as if welcoming supreme immortal kings to ascend. However, in reality, after having executed a soul search on the chaotic celestial king's memories, Lin Yuan knew that the tribulations leading to the 9th layer of heaven were terrifyingly formidable. Inside the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven, there lie the life imprints of the 10 strongest supreme immortal kings in the history of the spirit realm. That is to say, to enter the 9th layer of heaven, one must defeat the 10 strongest supreme immortal kings ever to have existed in the spirit realm. In fact, to call them the 10 strongest supreme immortal kings is somewhat imprecise. They should be referred to as the 10 strongest beings, because perhaps some of the supreme immortal kings have already taken half a step beyond. The prehistoric era, the 3000 Dao provinces era. These are just the 2 most recent epochs. Before these epochs, there existed even more ancient epochs. No one knows when the spirit realm was born, and although the supreme immortal kings existed alongside the spirit realm, it doesn't mean they won't die. Not to mention, the end of the prehistoric era saw the demise of a great number of supreme immortal kings. With the strength of the martial ancestor, one could certainly make a breakthrough at the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven, the chaotic celestial king murmured. He had attempted it, but was unable to defeat even the first Supreme Immortal King's life imprint and was nearly crushed, managing to retreat only with great difficulty. Do you want to watch me make a try? Lin Yuan glanced at the chaotic Celestial King. No rush. Even Lin Yuan would not underestimate the 10 strongest beings in the history of the spirit realm. It's not a matter of one era or one epoch, but since the birth of the spirit realm itself. Lin Yuan indeed intended to challenge the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven, but not now. He would wait until his power reached its peak before trying. Currently, although Lin Yuan surpassed such beings of an epoch as the chaotic Celestial King, he was far from reaching his own limits. The green liquid in the mysterious gourd could still be absorbed further. The Martial Tao Evolution System 8th stage had yet to be completely unlocked. A complete core space model had also not been fully realized. The cultivation of the Taiji power, too, had not yet reached the 3rd realm. The several other high-grade powers of creation, along with many ordinary powers of creation, were merely at the 1st realm. There was also that irregular stone obtained from the chaotic Celestial King, which contained a mysterious power of creation surpassing the superior powers of creation. The chaotic Celestial King might not have deciphered it, but that doesn't mean Lin Yuan couldn't. It was only a matter of how much time it would take. Lin Yuan was still far from his ultimate limit. During this traversal, Lin Yuan's allowed residence time had a limit of over 900 years, of which only just over 400 years had passed. Before clearly understanding what kinds of unexpected events might occur upon entering the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't rashly proceed. The chaotic Celestial King had previously made an attempt, but quickly retreated because he faced the first life imprint. That's why retreat was still an option. Lin Yuan wasn't sure whether, if he ventured deeper and failed, he would still be able to retreat. In such circumstances, Lin Yuan naturally opted for stability. Other Supreme Immortal Kings yearned to ascend to the 9th layer of heaven because they wished to take that next step. Lin Yuan did not have this desire. In the main world, many evolution paths were perfected, and Lin Yuan had many directions for advancing into the 9th rank. His task now was to securely spend the rest of his allotted time, converting it into gains to take back to the main world. Right. All of you immortal kings, hand over a strand of your powers of creation to me. Lin Yuan surveyed the chaotic Celestial King and other prehistoric-era Supreme Immortal Kings and commanded, "Yes." The chaotic Celestial King hesitated, unsure of what Lin Yuan needed so much power of creation for, but dared not ask further and obediently shared a strand of his own power of creation. Very good, very good. Lin Yuan looked at the dozens of strands of powers of creation, including several high-grade ones he had never seen before, feeling quite satisfied. And so it was. Lin Yuan, in his true form, stayed stationed before the entrance leading to the 9th layer of heaven and once again began his meditation for enlightenment. Time passed. 500 years flew by like flowing water. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 19. The strongest life form since the birth of the spirit realm. Please subscribe. Xianyao City, Lin Residence. Lin Yuan and Lin Jianping, along with Xinjun, sat facing each other, eating spiritual dishes while chatting. Over the past 500 years, the fame of martial ancestor had spread across the 3,000 Tao provinces. Even the strongest immortal king from the prehistoric era, the chaotic Celestial King, had voluntarily submitted to him. However, very few knew about the parents of martial ancestor, which was also the result of Lin Yuan's deliberate suppression. His time residing in the spirit realm was limited. Unable to protect Lin Jianping and Xinjun at all times, he could only try his best to detach them from the association with martial ancestor. Chong try this spiritual dish. Xinjun said with a smile, as Lin Jianping also expressed great interest. The three of them finished eating. After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan took the initiative to say, "I might not come back for a long time." With only a few more years left until his time limit, according to Lin Yuan's plan, this was supposed to be his last meeting with Lin Jianping and Xinjun. A long time. Lin Jianping and Xinjun looked somewhat disappointed, but they had also expected this, as Lin Yuan was simply too dazzling, overseeing the 3,000 Dao provinces, hailed as the strongest in the era. Such a great being surely had more important matters to attend to. Chang'er, go ahead and do what you need to do. We are very satisfied with our current lives, Lin Jianping said. Were it not for Lin Yuan, their Lin family would still be a minor clan in Xianyao City, nowhere near their current exalted status. If you need help, seek Li Qing. She will arrange it well, Lin Yuan nodded. After leaving the Lin residence, Lin Yuan walked on the streets of Xianyao City. In the past 500 years, Xianyao City had already become the most prosperous center of Dongyan Tao Province. The city, having undergone dozens of expansions, now covered an area of several million square miles. Every day, numerous true immortals and half-step immortal kings came in and out, and even the presence of tribulation-transcending celestial kings was felt. The martial Tao cultivation system had spread across the 3,000 Dao provinces, in no way inferior to the immortal cultivation system. In fact, in the several dozen Dao provinces centered around Xianyao City, the martial Tao cultivation system even surpassed the immortal cultivation system. It could be said that the prosperity of the martial Tao cultivation system had reached its pinnacle. Not even those tribulation-transcending celestial kings or supreme immortal kings dared to shake it. My current strength has already reached a certain limit, Lin Yuan thought to himself. More than 200 years ago, Lin Yuan had already thoroughly perfected the 4th stage of the 8th stage martial Tao. Since then, the 8th stage chapter was pioneered, and as for the 9th rank chapter, Lin Yuan also began to try integrating the Taiji rule into the space rules, making some progress, with the integration currently at 20 to 30%. In addition, Lin Yuan had already mastered over 5,500 core space models in his comprehension of the fundamental space rules. In 500 years, Lin Yuan had comprehended over 900 core space models, a pace not comparable to the 1,600 models understood in the previous 300 years. But it should be noted, out of 7,782 core space models, the difficulty of comprehension increases towards the later stages. Many evolvers at the peak of the 8th rank had been stuck on certain space models for thousands, if not tens of thousands of years. In just 500 years, Lin Yuan had almost effortlessly comprehended over 900 core space models, truly an abnormal and monstrous feat. Only over 2,000 core space models left to completely master the complete space rules. Lin Yuan thought. The space rules are a foundational rule of the main world, and many 9th rank powerhouses have yet to master it, although in theory, the 8th rank has the potential to master the complete space rules. But that's just theory. In the long history of the main world universe Starry Sky, which 8th rank powerhouse has actualized this theory? The breakthrough from 8th rank to 9th rank requires the fusion rules, but as a foundational rule, the space rules do not require full mastery for integration. At the 8th rank, attempting to grasp the space rules or to discover more cosmic forces are both extremely time-consuming endeavors, arguably delaying the breakthrough to the 9th rank. With 5,500 core space rules, enough to uphold an inner world of 750,000 square miles, plus the 13-fold base enhancement from absorbing the fluid in the mysterious gourd. Now, the size of my inner world has already surpassed 9,750,000 square miles, approaching 1 billion square miles. The green fluid inside the mysterious gourd, being far more difficult to absorb than the previous 3 types, Lin Yuan had only managed to absorb nearly 99% over 500 years. In theory, absorbing all 4 types of fluids in the mysterious gourd could enhance the inner world by up to 13.32 times. Now that Lin Yuan had already reached 13 times, he wasn't far from completely absorbing the green fluid. Power of creation. Lin Yuan thought of the greatest gain from this traversal. The many gains before for Lin Yuan could be accomplished anywhere, not exclusive to the spirit realm. However, the power of creation, only the spirit realm, with the easing of restrictions on such a cosmic force and the cooperation of various celestial kings, had Lin Yuan made astonishing progress in comprehending the power of creation. So far, I have mastered 12 kinds of superior power of creation and over 60 ordinary ones. In fact, in the last 300 to 400 years, Lin Yuan had essentially given up on comprehending ordinary power of creation. Since each superior power of creation encompassed the essence of multiple ordinary ones to some extent, comprehending a single type of superior power of creation was equivalent to understanding several, if not dozens, of ordinary ones. 12 kinds of superior power of creation. Lin Yuan's gaze grew fervent, his focus not on these 12 kinds of superior power of creation, but on feeling the strand of primordial essence of power of creation in his inner world. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 19. The strongest life form since the birth of the spirit realm. Please subscribe. _2. This power of creation that had been grasped was precisely what Lin Yuan had comprehended from the treasure that had fallen from the 9th layer of heaven, given by the chaotic celestial king. The end of the prehistoric era was related to this stone-like treasure. The chaotic celestial king speculated that this treasure contained a mysterious force that transcended higher power of creation, but after spending an unknown amount of time and even dominating the 8th layer of heaven, he had not comprehended the slightest bit of it. Primal force. Lin Yuan's heart burned with eagerness. Relying on his against heaven's understanding, it had taken him over 400 years to comprehend it from that treasure. Lin Yuan named this power of creation the primal force, symbolizing the initial power of all things. The primal force of the first realm could suppress the higher power of creation of the third realm. Even Lin Yuan was somewhat shocked by the formidable might of this power of creation. There's still over 10 years left to stay. It's time to make a challenge in the 9th layer of heaven. Lin Yuan had made up his mind, and this was also the reason why he had bid farewell to his parents. Even if he were to continue his seclusion for another decade, it would not be of much benefit to him. Instead of doing so, it would be better to enter the legendary 9th layer of heaven to take a look. Martial Temple Hall. Lin Yuan was seated at the main seat, with dozens of warriors from the martial temples standing respectfully below. In 500 years, plus the previous 300, Lin Yuan had intentionally nurtured 8 7th-rank practitioners within the martial Tao cultivation system. And as Lin Yuan's direct disciple in the central divine continent of the lower realms, Li Qing had even created his own inner world, stepping into the 8th stage of martial arts. Martial Ancestor. The dozens of martial temple powerhouses spoke fervently, bowing towards Lin Yuan. In the span of hundreds of years, martial Tao cultivators have been emerging endlessly, often suppressing cultivators of the immortal path. But from today on, you need to be more discreet. Lin Yuan scanned the crowd, speaking calmly. Martial Ancestor is the strongest in the 3,000 Tao states. Even those tribulation-transcending celestial kings treat you with the highest respect. Why should we be discreet? A young 7th-stage martial Tao asked softly. Lin Yuan glanced at him. This 7th stage of martial arts practitioner, who possessed rare martial talent, followed the path of thunder and comprehended the Tao of world-ending thunder, excelling in the aspect of attack. After today, I won't return to the 3,000 Tao states, and you will have to rely on yourselves. If you're not discreet, you're going to suffer. Lin Yuan said, his gaze distant. With Li Qing, an 8th-stage martial Tao cultivator stationed here, and the might left by Lin Yuan, even if he truly disappeared, for at least 1 million or even 10 million years, the martial Tao cultivation system would not encounter any problems. Lin Yuan said this as a reminder to these strong figures of the martial temple. Where are you going, martial ancestor? The expressions of the other martial temple powerhouses changed. What did the martial ancestor mean by saying he would not return to the 3,000 Tao states? Just take care of yourselves. Without further explanation, Lin Yuan disclosed that although consuming 10 strands of world-breaking origin force could allow him to descend once more into the spirit realm. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan would not do such a thing. Even if the martial temple were to be destroyed one day, as long as the martial Tao cultivation system was still being spread, Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered to intervene. The 8th layer of heaven. The chaotic celestial king, open heaven immortal king, supreme immortal kings gathered at the entrance leading to the 9th layer of heaven. The martial ancestor has summoned us here, but what for? Could it be that he wishes to challenge the 9th layer of heaven? Although Lord Martial Ancestor is not at a disadvantage, he hasn't gained any advantage either. Dragging on like this will only lead to a deadlock. Spoke the chaotic celestial king in a low voice. Even though the combat level of the two martial ancestors was exceedingly high, the basic advantage and disadvantage could still be discerned. Beyond man, there's always another. Beyond the heavens, there's another sky. Above the 9th layer of heaven there are heavenly beings, but this 9th layer of heaven, it's practically unreachable. Even the martial ancestor, the strongest being in history, is struggling so much. Who else could ascend it? A supreme immortal king spoke in a disheartened tone, feeling that the 9th layer of heaven he sought was nothing but an illusion. Beyond man, there's always another. Beyond the heavens, there's another sky. Above the 9th layer of heaven there are heavenly beings. The chaotic celestial king remained silent. This saying had existed for who knows how long. Even among the 3,000 Tao provinces, it extended into another meaning. That is, beyond the strong, there are stronger ones. Even for a supreme immortal king, invincibility is not guaranteed. At this moment, using it here seemed quite appropriate, even for the historically strongest being, Martial Ancestor, who was blocked on the 10th layer. Even if Martial Ancestor were able to surpass the 10th layer and enter the 9th layer of heaven, perhaps he would meet even more formidable opponents. The 10th layer. Lin Yuan was still clashing with his opponent, Martial Ancestor. To conquer the opponent, the only possibility is to use a method that he cannot replicate. Lin Yuan thought calmly, yet his eyes were glowing. Unable to replicate. Lin Yuan looked at his opponent, Martial Ancestor. You may possess everything I have, but can you possess my understanding? Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding came from the door to the myriad realms, and since even the supreme beings in the spirit realm could not replicate it, how could they replicate the door to the myriad realms? Your understanding is against heaven. As you fight the opponent, you gradually discern the opponent's weaknesses. In an instant, many vulnerabilities of the opponent Martial Ancestor appeared in Lin Yuan's realization. Primal Force. Lin Yuan activated the power of the world, merging it with a primal force, which transcended higher creation powers, forming a terrifying strike that instantly penetrated his opponent, Martial Ancestor. With that, the battle ended. The opponent Martial Ancestor stood there stunned. His inner world began to collapse rapidly under Lin Yuan's strike, and his physical body started to disintegrate into dust. Crashing sounds, the opponent on the 10th layer disappeared. Lin Yuan stepped forward, vanishing from the 10th layer. The 9th layer of heaven. Clouds billowed. Endless and vast. Lin Yuan stood alone on the peak of a mountain. They say there are always greater skies beyond the heavens and greater people beyond men. Above the 9th layer of heaven there are heavenly beings. Lin Yuan looked around. All creatures and matters lay beneath his feet, standing alone on the mountain peak, overlooking as though in the vast world he was alone. But where are the people? All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed the story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 21. Return. End of this volume. Please subscribe. 8th layer of heaven. A host of supreme immortal kings fell silent. Martial Ancestor. Has Martial Ancestor ascended to the ninth layer of heaven? After a long while, Supreme Immortal King's voice trembled slightly. As Supreme Immortal Kings, even those born during the epochs of 3,000 Dao provinces who ruled over the universe had long since ceased to feel shock. But in the last few hundred years, due to Martial Ancestor's emergence, they, the Supreme Immortal Kings, had their understanding refreshed time and again. Now, he had even ascended to the ninth layer of heaven, achieving the ultimate goal that all immortal kings had aspired to throughout the epochs. He must have ascended. The open heaven immortal king took a deep breath. Beyond the 10th layer lies the ninth layer of heaven. Martial Ancestor is now in the ninth layer of heaven. The many immortal kings at the scene exchanged glances, their thoughts numerous and complex. Though ascending to the ninth layer of heaven had nothing to do with them, they all bore witness to Martial Ancestor's ascent, feeling an inexplicable sense of involvement. Who knows what lies in the ninth layer of heaven? Is it like the previous 8 layers, filled with wonders and anomalies? It's unclear, but it is said that there are Tianren in the ninth layer of heaven. I wonder if Martial Ancestor has encountered them? We have witnessed a grand event in the history of the spirit realm, making this life worthwhile. The Supreme Immortal Kings conversed in detail, previously segregated into factions of prehistoric era kings and 3,000 Dao provinces era kings based on the epochs they hailed from. But now, all Supreme Immortal Kings, forsaking their factional divides, faced the significant event of Martial Ancestor ascending to the ninth layer of heaven, aware that there was no difference among spirit realm beings in its presence. Ninth layer of heaven, there probably will be no one else who can ascend to the ninth layer of heaven after this. The chaotic celestial king looked towards the entrance of the ninth layer of heaven and sighed softly. The other supreme immortal kings, hearing this, felt an immediate connection. Ascending to the ninth layer of heaven was the goal of all powerhouses in the spirit realm, and in the distant past, during ancient epochs unknown to all present immortal kings, perhaps some powerhouse had ascended to the ninth layer of heaven, such as the Dragon Ancestor, whose place in the 7th layer of the Brand of Life mysteriously disappeared, possibly entering the ninth layer of heaven, and the Phoenix Ancestor, among others. The older the era, the fewer the life brands etched in the fabric of the spirit realm, leading to relatively weaker strength for the 10 strongest life forms within the ninth layer of heaven entryway. The difficulty of passing through was accordingly lower. Of course, this was all speculation by the chaotic celestial king. He did not know whether the vanished Dragon Ancestor or Phoenix Ancestor actually ascended to the ninth layer of heaven. But there was at least this possibility, this hope.
But now,
the chaotic celestial king was certain. Those who come after would definitely not have the possibility, definitely not have the hope, of ascending to the ninth layer of heaven. With the presence of Martial Ancestor, with Martial Ancestor's Brand of Life placed at the 10th layer, the chaotic celestial king truly could not fathom just how cruel a blow it would be for the future era's supreme immortal kings who aimed for the ninth layer of heaven. Martial Ancestor's strength, in comparison to the last 9 of the strongest life forms in the first 9 layers of the spirit realm, was an absolute chasm. Even if the strength of those 9 lives were combined and increased 10-fold or 100-fold, they would probably last but a punch, or a few punches at most, in front of Martial Ancestor. Imagine a supremely talented supreme immortal king of future generations, who has mastered all higher and ordinary powers of creation, unbeatable through tens of epical ages, then confidently attempting to venture through the ninth layer of heaven. After grueling battles, vanquishing layer after layer of opponents, they finally reached the 10th layer, only to be slain by the slap of Martial Ancestor's life brand. How utterly despairing that would be. From the 1st layer to the 9th layer, the difficulty of overcoming adversaries increased gradually, labeled as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then, upon reaching the 10th layer, the difficulty of victory suddenly spikes to 10,000. Therefore, in the eyes of the chaotic celestial king and other supreme immortal kings, the feat of ascending to the 9th layer of heaven would probably be characterized as no followers to come. For countless epical ages afterward, the strongest of many eras in the spirit realm would have to live under the shadow of martial ancestors' terror. 9th layer of heaven. Lin Yuan stood alone on the peak, deep in thought. This 9th layer of heaven holds no life. Could I possibly be the so-called Tianren? Lin Yuan's expression was somewhat odd. The legendary Tianren of the 9 heavens is said to oversee the spirit realm, immortal through countless ages, and these are things Lin Yuan seemed capable of achieving if he wished. Though there was a limit to the time he could remain, with the current strength of Lin Yuan's physical body, he indeed could achieve immortality through countless ages. One must know that Lin Yuan's physique was not just the pinnacle of the 8th stage of martial arts, but, with the enhancement and increased from the mysterious gourd, his physique had also been strengthened by 13 times. However, the mysterious aura here is indeed much denser, which is beneficial for comprehending the power of creation, Lin Yuan concluded after a thorough observation. The 9th layer of heaven lacked the numerous wonders and anomalies of the previous 8 layers, offering only an unbounded rolling sea of clouds, along with the mysterious aura pervading the void. This mysterious aura existed in the 8th layer as well, but compared to the 9th, it was too thin. Based on Lin Yuan's tests, the mysterious aura allowed a clearer perception of the nature of various powers of creation. Primordial stone. Lin Yuan glanced at the peak beneath his feet, which was similar to the treasure stone he had obtained from the chaotic, celestial king. The stone contained an aura that transcended the higher powers of creation, the primal force. Lin Yuan called this kind of stone primordial stone. That is. Lin Yuan looked up, gazing in the direction above the 9 heavens. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 21. Return. End of this volume. Please subscribe. _2. At the highest point of space, where all meanings converge to the highest, a corner of a vast world countless times larger than the spirit realm came into view. The immortal realm. This is the legendary immortal realm. Lin Yuan's expression was pensive as he thought about the legends of the immortal realm, which were always prevalent in the spirit realm. That was the true upper domain, the dwelling place of the ancestral master. The so-called ancestral master, or ancestor of the immortal path, is the source of the immortal cultivation system, and if described by the main world, it is the ultimate in an evolutionary system. That is, the supreme being. Back in the central divine China world, Lin Yuan had faintly sensed the fearsome nature of the immortal cultivation system, which was hardly inferior to those 9 supreme evolutionary systems of the main world. Therefore, Lin Yuan speculated that perhaps there was already an ultimate existence in the immortal cultivation system, and the flourishing of the immortal cultivation system in the central divine China world could also be the will of that ultimate being. It was for that reason that Lin Yuan did not spread the immortal cultivation system in the main world. For ultimate beings, they can clearly sense every life that cultivates their own system. The spirit realm, and even the space-time where the immortal realm exists are not in the same dimensional plane as the main world. Even beings as strong as the Supreme Ones cannot cross different dimensional planes to descend into another space-time. But if there was a guiding mark, it would be different, akin to a compass in the vast sea. And the lives that cultivate the immortal cultivation system serve as a guiding mark for the ancestor of the immortal path. Spreading the immortal cultivation system in the main world would not only increase the intangible foundation of that ancestor of the immortal path, but also stand a chance of enabling them to lock in the space-time coordinates of the main world. Naturally, Lin Yuan would not engage in something with such great potential danger. Moreover, this approach had another downside. If he could sense the ultimate existence of the immortal cultivation system, so too could the supreme beings of human civilization in the main world. At that time, How would Lin Yuan explain to the supreme beings of human civilization? Spreading the martial path evolutionary path was because it was established by Lin Yuan himself, and it had never brought forth an ultimate. The first world that Lin Yuan traversed was the place where he got the initial inspiration for the martial arts evolution system, and the subsequent development of martial Tao was completely his own path. This immortal realm, since it can give birth to an ultimate existence like the ancestor of the immortal path, it must not be much weaker than the main world, and even if there are differences, they are probably on the same level. Lin Yuan thought to himself as his gaze still fixed on the corner of the immortal realm at the highest point in space. This was the second time Lin Yuan had seen the immortal realm. The first time was before traveling through worlds, when he extended a thread of his spirit into the door to the myriad realms and took an overall look at the spirit realm with the perspective of the door to the myriad realms, also noticing the massive world located above the spirit realm. The second time was right now. Over the past few hundred years, Lin Yuan had fully cultivated and even managed to tear through the spirit realm space to enter the chaos of void outside the world. But he had not felt the aura of the immortal realm. It was as if the location of the immortal realm was in a different spatial layer than the spirit realm. Only after reaching the 9th layer of heaven could one detect the specific location of the immortal realm. Of course, with the perspective of the door to the myriad realms, Lin Yuan could also detect the immortal realm, purely because the door to the myriad realms was of too high an essence. From the perspective of the door to the myriad realms, no matter how many spatial layers separate the immortal and spirit realms, neither can hide. The immortal realm. Lin Yuan closely observed the massive world at the highest point in space. Just at that moment, deep within Lin Yuan's mind, the towering and magnificent door to the myriad realms suddenly began to glow. An invisible wave seemed to spread instantly towards the immortal realm. A moment later, information passed from the door to the myriad realms. The immortal realm, the world coordinates of the immortal realm. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The 9th layer of heaven in the spirit realm and the immortal realm are on the same spatial layer. That is why it is possible to see a corner of the immortal realm. Under such circumstances, it is possible to determine the coordinates of the immortal realm from the 9th layer of heaven. The door to the myriad realms being capable of replicating world coordinates was something Lin Yuan already knew in the central divine China world when he copied the world coordinates of the spirit realm via the Ascension platform. So now, being this close to the immortal realm and locking onto its world coordinates was not something strange. From the 9th layer of heaven, flying straight up, one day, I could get close to the immortal realm, or even enter it. Lin Yuan thought to himself. If you tear open the space of the spirit realm to go beyond it, there's hardly any chance to get close to the immortal realm because the spatial layer of the spirit realm is not the same as that of the immortal realm. But the area of the 9th layer of heaven is on the same layer as the immortal realm, and flying continually towards the target can get you increasingly close to the immortal realm. Never mind, there's not enough time. Lin Yuan thought it over and abandoned the idea of entering the immortal realm. One reason is that he has only a little over 10 years left before his stay duration limit. Even if he flew straight up from the 9th layer of heaven, he would probably have to return to the main world mid-journey. The second is now that the coordinates of the immortal realm have been obtained, whether to descend into the immortal realm and when to make the descent is entirely up to Lin Yuan. In the next decade or so, I'll just cultivate in the 9th layer of heaven. Lin Yuan glanced at the endless rolling sea of clouds beneath his feet and made up his mind. The 9th layer of heaven was thick with a mysterious aura, especially suitable for comprehending the power of creation. Although Lin Yuan's comprehension was heaven-defying, he would not reject such assistance. Time slowly passed by. In the blink of an eye, 17 years had gone by. Name: Lin Chong Lin Yuan. Identity: holder of the Myriad Realms Gate. Bonded talent: heaven-defying comprehension. Divine skills: blood resurrection. Divine skills: strengthening. Current status: consciousness descent. Remaining residence time: 1 day. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and glanced at the ethereal text below his line of sight. It's about time to head back. Lin Yuan stood up, overlooking the boundless sea of clouds below. For the last decade or so, Lin Yuan had spent most of his time comprehending the power of creation. His understanding of the Taiji force had already reached the third realm. In addition, 7 types of higher power of creation had also been comprehended to the second realm. You should know that for the supreme immortal kings of the spirit realm, advancing further in the power of creation could take tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. In just over a decade, Lin Yuan managed to achieve such results. In addition to his own heaven-defying comprehension, the environment of the 9th layer of heaven also played a significant role. Lastly, I need to decide how to deal with this body. Lin Yuan's expression became contemplative. This body, refined over nearly 1,000 years, could genuinely be considered the fruit of his labor. Once Lin Yuan returned, his spirit would go back to the main world, and his body could not be directly taken with him. This would be somewhat wasteful. Well then, I'll give you a break. Lin Yuan's thoughts moved slightly, and a palm-sized bell-shaped treasure appeared in front of him. It was the Origin Fine Gold. Sometime after returning to the spirit realm, Lin Yuan had summoned this piece of Origin Fine Gold and had been nurturing it within his body. Origin Fine Gold, with its terrifying potential for growth, required continual nurturing. In the main world, Lin Yuan's strength was increasing too rapidly to have time to nurture the Origin Fine Gold. Therefore, on his 6th and 8th journeys through worlds, Lin Yuan brought the Origin Fine Gold with him for nurturing. After all, it was just an extra strand of world-breaking origin force, a price Lin Yuan could afford to pay. The Origin Fine Gold hovered in front of Lin Yuan. At the same time, inside Lin Yuan's body, a strand of primal force exceeding the higher power of creation began to circulate through his limbs and bones. Primal force, known as the most original and initial force, also had the capability to turn everything into the purest primordial chi and essence. It could return to the source. As the primal force continuously operated, Lin Yuan's bodily blood and chi were completely transformed into the most initial energy. Then, it entered the Origin Fine Gold, continuously elevating its essential quality and foundation. Unable to bring his flesh directly back to the main world, Lin Yuan could, however, use it to enhance the Origin Fine Gold. For the whole of human civilization, even losing an entire star domain of ordinary citizens could not compare to the loss of a single evolutionary scholar. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 3 Sala. Our chance is here. Please subscribe _2. Respected scholar Lin Yuan, with your current status, you could apply to actively leave the Milky Way star region and proceed to the safer inner territories of human civilization. The goddess of wisdom actively suggested. Leave now. Lin Yuan thought it over. Now he had made many investments in the Milky Way star region, including the transformation of a grade B planet worth 100,000 cosmic crystals, and so on. Forget it. Lin Yuan declined. The suggestion from the goddess of wisdom for him to go to the inner territories of human civilization was merely out of concern for his safety. But safety concerns? If it were before the 8th wormhole shuttle, Lin Yuan would indeed have had such worries.
But now?
Lin Yuan, who had comprehended dozens of cosmic forces, could crush those unbeatable at the 8th layer, even if his inner world had not yet recovered to its peak. Even without regaining all his strength, he could handle a few moves against Nineth-rank strong individuals. There were simply no safety concerns. The ones who should worry are the different species. Respected scholar Lin Yuan, you can still preside over the Milky Way star region before your scholar status is exposed. If it is revealed, please proceed to the inner territories of human civilization. The goddess of wisdom fell silent for a while, then gave a reply. The talent and aptitude that Lin Yuan was exhibiting now could be considered a top monstrous genius among human civilization. likely not to provoke an overt reaction from different species to attack him openly. But if the evolutionary scholar status is exposed, it's highly possible that the different species might actively break the unspoken agreement. A top monstrous genius of human civilization might not attract the attention of the peak clans, and a single evolutionary scholar might also find it difficult to provoke an all-out response from these clans. But when combined, understood. Lin Yuan nodded. Chikuan Star Realm Virtual World. Central Plaza area. Many evolvers were whispering amongst themselves. It's been almost 20 years. Hasn't the Martial Path Evolutionary Path released the 8th layer part yet? An evolver raised the question, noting that the Martial Path Evolutionary Path still occupied the 2nd rank in the Chikuan evolution rankings without any sign of slipping. 8th layer part. Is the 8th layer part so easy to come by? A green-eyed evolver scoffed, implying that even for the high and mighty evolutionary scholars, carving out a complete 8th layer evolutionary path was not an easy task. Otherwise, why would there be so few 8th layer evolutionary paths in human civilization? Moreover, the 8th layer part of the Martial Path evolutionary path is far from being as simple as a normal 8th layer part. Considering the potential shown by the Martial Path evolutionary path, the difficulty in carving out a matching 8th layer part would be immensely higher than other 8th layer parts. I think the founder of the Martial Path, even if capable of creating the 8th layer part, would spend hundreds, even thousands of years, or perhaps even more. The green-eyed evolver left unsaid that it might be possible that the 8th stage Martial Tao part could not be created at all. I don't care. The founder of the Martial Path will definitely be able to create the 8th layer part. Many of Lin Yuan's fans immediately expressed their opinions. With such popularity for the Martial Path evolutionary path, it naturally accumulated a large number of enthusiasts, and consequently Lin Yuan, as the founder, also had many fans. Sure. The green-eyed evolver did not care to argue. This wasn't his opinion, but the belief of many higher-level evolvers and citizens. It was easy for the founder of the Martial Path to create parts from the 1st to the 7th rank, but to create the 8th layer part matching the previous 7 ranks was merely hopeful. Suddenly, the time reached early morning. The Chikuan evolution rankings began to refresh. A few breaths later, in the Central Plaza area, all the evolvers looked up at the rankings. The green-eyed evolver did as well, and upon seeing the name at the top of the rankings, was momentarily stunned. The Martial Path evolutionary path is first now? The green-eyed evolver's heart trembled a bit. The rise in the ranking wasn't much, just by 1. But it was the top rank. And it also indicated something even more terrifying. That was the Martial Path evolutionary path had been updated, and the 8th layer part was uploaded. Although there had been a previous occurrence where the Martial Path evolutionary path experienced a substantial rise in rankings without uploading a new part, this instance signified a different outcome. But that possibility seemed unlikely. Upon this thought, the green-eyed evolver immediately opened the detailed page of the Martial Path evolutionary path and discovered, right after the 7th rank chapter, the 3 characters for the 8th layer part. Has the 8th layer part really been developed? The green-eyed evolver felt as if he were dreaming. Had he just witnessed the birth of an 8th stage evolutionary path? And it was the extremely exceptional Martial Path evolutionary path? Let's take a look at the Anon Star Alliance evolution rankings. Merely the Chikuan evolution rankings in the star domain couldn't explain whether the 8th stage Martial Tao was congruent with the previous ranks from 1st to 7th. Comparatively, even the Martial Path evolutionary path, with only up to the 7th rank, was already approaching the upper limit of the Chikuan evolution rankings. Even a slight advancement to the 8th stage of the Martial Path evolutionary path would be enough to take the top spot on the Chikuan evolution rankings. This isn't due to the 8th stage Martial Tao's own merits, but rather because the previous ranks from 1 to 7 were too heaven-defying. Anon Star Alliance evolution rankings. The green-eyed evolver was about to look from the bottom up. He remembered that the Martial Path evolutionary path used to rank 100th on the Anon Star Alliance evolution rankings. Even if it improved, there was a high probability it wouldn't reach the top 50. However, Just as the green-eyed Evolver's gaze glanced downward from the top of the rankings, he was suddenly dumbstruck. Because the name currently at the #1 spot of the Anon Star Alliance evolution rankings, the Marshall Path evolutionary path, has reached the summit of the Anon evolution rankings? The green-eyed Evolver swallowed hard, his mind in a muddle. Milky Way star region. A fleet was rapidly traveling through wormholes. "Our mission target this time is the main star of the Milky Way star domain," said Captain Nolan, tasked with adjusting the fleet's position to ensure the correct trajectory. "Captain, this much-Ti micro clear crystal almost drained our group stockpile. Was it bought by the Galaxy Master?" asked the curious deputy captain. An enormous quantity of Ti micro clear crystals, equivalent to 80,000 cubic universe crystals, even when carried in spatial equipment, filled nearly half the fleet. Ti micro clear crystal contains pure energy, but its price isn't high. 80,000 cubic universe crystals worth of Ti micro clear crystal, piled together. It's estimated to be the size of several hundred planets. "Not sure," responded Captain Nolan with an impassive face. All members of the fleet were guessing it was the doing of the Galaxy Master because in the whole Milky Way main star, aside from that immensely powerful and wealthy Galaxy Master, who else had the means to purchase so much Ti micro clear crystal? 80,000 cubic universe crystals, that's a vast fortune, more than many 8th rank Evolvers could earn in their lifetimes. What kind of existence is the Galaxy Master, and whether he buys something, is it something you can discuss? Captain Nolan still glanced at the deputy captain, warning, "The most important task for our group right now is to deliver these Ti micro clear crystals to the Milky Way main star. As for whom they are for, that's not for you to ask." Yes, the deputy captain immediately complied, also feeling somewhat scared. Everything within the fleet was monitored by the Goddess of Wisdom. If they rashly discussed the Galaxy Master and it were recorded by the goddess, they would definitely be in deep trouble. "We've arrived," announced Captain Nolan after performing the last wormhole shuttle, arriving outside the Milky Way main star. "The Ti micro clear crystals have arrived?" Lin Yuan looked up towards the fleet stopped outside the main star. "One by one, it's too slow. I'll just go get them myself," said Lin Yuan, vanishing from his spot and appearing outside the Milky Way main star. "Galaxy Master," acknowledged Captain Nolan, who naturally knew who had purchased this batch of Ti micro clear crystals. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, he immediately greeted him with respect. Just as Lin Yuan's figure appeared outside the Milky Way main star, 5 invincible figures from the 8th rank, hidden deep within multiple spatial layers, suddenly had their eyes light up. They had been lying in wait for more than 10 years, just for this moment, waiting for the Galaxy Master to leave the main star, waiting for the Galaxy Master to lose the protection of the primary star. Without the main star's planetary defense system, the Galaxy Master, a newly advanced Evolver of the 8th stage, appeared in their eyes like an undefended little white rabbit. "Our chance has come," they said. "Strike now," cried out Sarath of the Dark Scale Race, being the first to break away from the spatial airs. The other 4 invincible 8th rankers followed suit, excitedly rushing towards Lin Yuan. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed the story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 4. Breaking the myth. Subscribe, please. The moment 5 invincible aliens from the 8th rank emerged from the depths of the spatial layers, the space around them began to solidify, centering on them, like a flowing river suddenly freezing over. And the creatures within were trapped, as if in amber. The first step to capturing Lin Yuan was to prevent him from escaping. In this regard, blocking the space around was most suitable, as once the void was sealed, all means of teleportation became unusable. Given the capabilities of the 5 8th rank aliens and their grasp of the space rules, Lin Yuan's chances of breaking through their spatial blockade were limited to 2 possibilities. One was mastering the complete space rules to leave with absolute control over them. The other was to possess a force far surpassing their combined strength, proving that brute force could indeed break through cunning, and that even space itself could be shattered by absolute power. Done. Dark-scale race Sarath breathed a sigh of relief. Before they took action, Lin Yuan's only chance for survival was escaping before the space was sealed. As a disciple of the Qikuan Star Lord with a deep understanding of the space rules, it was possible he bestowed some instant movement method to send Lin Yuan away beforehand.
But now?
With the spatial blockade complete and Lin Yuan still present, Dark-scale race Sarath felt it was perfectly handled. Under the joint blockade of the 5/8 rank Invincibles, even the Qikuan Star Lord himself would be suppressed if he didn't escape in time. Quicksand. Dark-scale race Sarath's gaze was icy. Misty yellow sand grains gathered, sweeping in from all directions, piling up rapidly, and its intensity soared. The power of quicksand, a cosmic force that dark-scale race Sarath commanded, was not a type meant for attack or defense. Instead, it was akin to a domain power, possessing endless suppressive and controlling abilities. This time, with him leading the 5/8 rank Invincibles, it was because of this particular cosmic force. The insect race planned to kill the Galaxy Master with the memory poison, but first they needed to suppress and control him. The cosmic force that dark-scale race Sarath mastered was perfectly suited for this, using the power of quicksand to dominate the battlefield, while the other 4/8 rank Invincibles immobilized the Galaxy Master's ability to fight back. Of course, the fighting ability referred to here was what the Galaxy Master had shown so far. The moment the power of quicksand swept through, the other 4/8 rank Invincibles also struck simultaneously. The cosmic forces handled by the 8th rank Invincibles trembled, yet they kept some strength in reserve. Their goal was to control the Galaxy Master, not to directly kill. Outside the Milky Way main star, Captain Nolan was about to greet Lin Yuan. Not to mention, the Galaxy Master had just purchased 80,000 cubic meters of cubic universe crystals in one go, instantly becoming the most prestigious guest.
Suddenly,
space solidified. Captain Nolan's expression drastically changed. Before he could react, a heavy force of quicksand enveloped him. Captain Nolan was also an 8th rank evolver, nearing the peak of the rank, but at this moment, he couldn't even move, only able to sense that 4 unparalleled presences had descended. It's 4/8 rank Invincibles, no, 5/8 rank Invincibles. Captain Nolan's scalp tingled, as usually even seeing 1/8 rank Invincible was rare. Now, there were 5 directly in front of him, and the killing intent exhibited by these 5/8 rank Invincibles was unmistakable. Even if it wasn't directed at him, Captain Nolan felt his soul tremble in fear. Galaxy Master. Captain Nolan looked towards Lin Yuan, realizing that these 5/8 rank Invincibles were targeting the Galaxy Master. Aside from him, who else would be worth the joint efforts of 5/8 rank Invincibles? So there were 5 bugs hidden outside? Lin Yuan glanced at dark-scale race Sarath and the other 8th rank Invincibles. Before Lin Yuan left the Milky Way main star, these 5/8 rank Invincibles were hiding in the depths of the spatial layers, incredibly concealed and difficult to detect unless examined intentionally. After all, Lin Yuan was now at the 8th rank, which placed him in the same realm as the 8th rank Invincibles.
Buzz.
The next moment, centered on Lin Yuan, a surging power of yin and yang spread in all directions. Wherever the power of yin and yang spread, the solidified space returned to normal, and the 5 forms of cosmic forces, including the power of quicksand within, were completely shattered, even causing the 4 surging 8th rank Invincibles to begin retreating as they looked toward Lin Yuan with eyes full of fear. This power. Dark-scale race Sarath's face grew somber. Cosmic force. It's definitely cosmic force. Galaxy Master, have you deciphered a cosmic force? Dark-scale race Sarath was incredulous. Just over 20 years ago, Lin Yuan was newly advanced to the 8th rank, and now he had deciphered some form of cosmic force, becoming an 8th rank Invincible in? What kind of freak was this? Although he had stepped into the 8th rank not long ago, The Galaxy Master cleansing the Milky Way star region had shown peak 8th rank combat power, but the peak of the 8th rank and 8th rank invincible weren't the same concept at all. And Dark-Scale Race Sarath could feel that the cosmic force mastered by the Galaxy Master was by no means simple, belonging to a higher order of cosmic forces, even stronger than the normal advanced cosmic forces. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been able to shatter their joint effort so effortlessly. At the instant the 5/8th rank invincible aliens appeared, billions of miles away from the Milky Way main star, a white-robed and bald man appeared, looking in the direction of the Milky Way main star. So those aliens have finally made their move. This white-robed bald man was none other than the White Light Star Master, Chikuun Star-Lord's good friend, who not long ago had traded the rare cosmic treasure, Heart of Thunder, with Lin Yuan. The White Light Star Master, an experienced peak 8th rank, had a comprehension of space rules not inferior to that of the Chikuun Star-Lord. Thus the White Light Star Master's ability to protect himself was very strong, with deeper insights into space allowing a step across billions of miles, hidden within layers upon layers of space, akin to an innate invincibility. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 4 Breaking the Myth. Please subscribe. _2. Therefore, White Light Star Master's combat power may be inferior to that of an 8th layer invincible, but in terms of escaping tactics, not even an 8th layer invincible could match him. The greatest strength of an 8th layer invincible lies in cosmic force, but cosmic force is just one type of power. Unless someone is adept at using cosmic force to escape, they're truly no match for White Light Star Master. After completing the transaction of the Thunder Heart with Lin Yuan, White Light Star Master mentioned this to Chikuun Star-Lord, who then requested that White Light Star Master stay outside the Milky Way main star for a while longer to protect Lin Yuan's safety. 5/8th layer invincibles? White Light Star Master's expression changed slightly. Had it been just 1 or 2 8th layer invincibles trying to assassinate Lin Yuan, he would have been able to help, as long as Lin Yuan could hold on for an instant. But 5/8th layer invincibles. Even if these 5/8th layer invincibles were not as adept at space rules as he was, a quantitative change could lead to a qualitative change, and his task would no longer be to flee, but to rescue Lin Yuan and then flee. It looks like I have no choice but to use that treasure. White Light Star Master raised his right hand, and a bunch of white flames started to burn. Human civilization, as a peak clan, had countless treasures, and White Light Star Master, being a seasoned 8th layer peak, naturally possessed many such trump cards. The white flames burning in his hand were a one-time treasure that, once activated, would unleash power close to the 9th rank's foundational might. It was sufficient to temporarily fend off those 5/8th layer invincibles. However, in the next moment, with a single thought, Lin Yuan crushed the joint assassination attempt by the 5/8th layer invincibles and effortlessly repelled 4 of them, leaving White Light Star Master somewhat stunned. What just happened? Wasn't Galaxy Master in dire straits? How had the situation changed before he even made a move to help? 8th layer invincibles, let's go. Outside the Milky Way main star, now certain that Lin Yuan had grasped a kind of cosmic force, Dark-Scale Race Sarath made a prompt decision to leave. Setting aside that the cosmic force Lin Yuan had realized exceeded the power of normal advanced cosmic forces, even if it were just an ordinary cosmic force, their plan had failed. Even the most ordinary cosmic force is still cosmic force, and with Galaxy Master having grasped such power, he had become an 8th layer invincible of their own level. The 5 of them, 8th layer invincibles, could indeed suppress one of their own when joining forces, but it was merely suppression. To completely render an 8th layer invincible powerless to resist and to inject memory poison into them was unquestionably a fool's dream. Given the circumstances, any further delay would be just a waste of time. Should other powerful beings of human civilization arrive, leaving would come at a cost. Did I say you could leave? Lin Yuan stood under the starry sky, looking towards the 5 retreating 8th layer invincibles. At the same time, the vague black and white power of Yin Yang Taiji quietly spread and extended in all directions. Galaxy Master, do you really think you can keep us here? Dark Scale Race Sarath was mildly startled and found it somewhat absurd. The fact that Galaxy Master had grasped cosmic force indeed exceeded his expectations, but at most, that meant the mission had failed and he, along with the other 4 8th layer invincible beings, could retreat unscathed. They were all 8th layer invincibles, and even if the cosmic force that Galaxy Master had grasped was stronger than theirs, it was almost impossible to detain them. Among 8th layer invincibles, there certainly were stronger and weaker ones, but the gap would not be huge. One side could not fully defeat the other, let alone kill or detain them. If Dark Scale Race Sarath was not wary of other powerful beings of human civilization arriving soon, he would certainly continue to probe Galaxy Master with the other 4 8th layer invincibles. Forget it. He's probably just bluffing. There's no need to take Galaxy Master's words to heart. Dark Scale Race Sarath reined in his thoughts and began to accelerate his departure from the Milky Way star region. The rustling sound. Before they had gotten far, Dark Scale Race Sarath sensed the black and white Yin Yang Taiji power enveloping him from all around. The cosmic force controlled by Galaxy Master? Dark Scale Race Sarath immediately activated his power of shifting sands to defend himself. Clearly, Galaxy Master had caught up with them. Yet, Dark Scale Race Sarath was not particularly afraid, knowing that while he might be inferior to Galaxy Master, at worst he would be suppressed, not even restricted from fleeing. However, before long, in Dark Scale Race Sarath's perception, alongside the black and white Yin Yang Taiji power, a new force emerged. This force was immeasurable and boundless, infinite and unending. Another cosmic force? Or is it a higher cosmic force? The Dark Scale Race Sarath was shocked, and a sense of crisis rose in his heart. This Milky Way star master controls 2 cosmic forces, and both are higher cosmic forces? The Dark Scale Race Sarath faintly felt a great terror. The next moment, an aura that could destroy all things swept over, and the Dark Scale Race Sarath was again terrified. The 3rd higher cosmic force? This Milky Way star master. Fear flashed in the eyes of the Dark Scale Race Sarath. His form began to dissolve, and his consciousness fell into darkness. Lin Yuan stood where the form of the Dark Scale Race Sarath had dissolved, caught his space bracelet, and took it into his inner world. With the power of Yin Yang Taiji, immeasurable force, and the power of destruction, 3 types of higher cosmic forces that could complement each other, and augmented by the power of the world extending from his inner world that spanned millions of miles. Lin Yuan's combat power had grown significantly beyond that of a typical 8th rank invincible, so killing the Dark Scale Race Sarath was not difficult. This was still Lin Yuan holding back greatly, merely revealing 3 cosmic forces. The dozens of other cosmic forces had not even been used, let alone that thread of primal force that surpassed higher cosmic forces. In a star domain deep in the universe, the original body of the Dark Scale Race Sarath suddenly opened his eyes. That Milky Way star master? The expression of the Dark Scale Race Sarath was full of horror. Being an 8th rank invincible himself, he naturally had an avatar, and it was this avatar that usually roamed outside. After all, even an 8th rank invincible was not absolutely safe, as encountering certain powerful 9th rank beings would mean death for an invincible. The Dark Scale Race Sarath had thought that his avatar might perish, but he never expected to die at the hands of another human 8th rank evolver. How is that Milky Way star master so strong? To have discerned 3 higher cosmic forces? The Dark Scale Race Sarath shuddered, vaguely feeling that something was not right. If it were just 3 higher cosmic forces, even if they could kill him, they shouldn't have instantly killed him, as they did just now. Obviously, there was another powerful force beyond those 3 cosmic forces. Milky Way Star Master, the insect race is going to have a headache. The Dark Scale Race Sarath thought silently to himself. Although he lost an avatar, a heavy loss indeed, Based on the performance just now, the Milky Way star master would probably become a major problem for the insect race. Also, the myth of the 8th rank invincibility has been broken. The expression of the dark scale race Sarath was complex. Milky Way star master. Lin Yuan enveloped all directions with the power of Yinyang Taiji, aided by the immeasurable force and the power of destruction, and soon killed another 8th rank invincible alien being. 3 got away. Lin Yuan glanced in 3 drastically different directions. The escape routes of 5 8th rank invincibles were naturally inconsistent and scattered. After Lin Yuan killed 2, the other 3 had already gone far. Upon witnessing Lin Yuan kill an 8th rank invincible as if slaughtering chickens, these 3 8th rank invincible beings from different species were so frightened that they used all kinds of methods to get as far away as possible. Actually, with Lin Yuan's current strength, even though he was far from his peak, he could have detained those 5 8th rank invincibles. However, it would inevitably reveal more cosmic forces. Having control of dozens of cosmic forces, including the primal force that surpassed higher cosmic forces, should belong to his secret trump cards. To expose them just to kill a few 8th rank invincibles was, Lin Yuan felt, not worth it. It was not even really a killing. Lin Yuan could sense that the 2 8th rank invincibles he had killed were still causally linked to him, which meant they hadn't truly died, likely their original selves were still alive. Although the combat power of an 8th rank invincible is on the same level as a supreme immortal king in the spirit realm, in terms of escape techniques, they far surpass the latter. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. As for the reason, it was not hard to understand. In the spirit realm, supreme immortal kings were practically at the ceiling, but in the main world, an 8th rank invincible was not even at the top. Therefore, 8th rank invincibles placed great importance on life-saving techniques, and most of them had strong backgrounds and could receive gifts from more powerful beings. This was far beyond what supreme immortal kings in the spirit realm could compare to. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed the story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 5 Chikuan Star Lord. My apprentice, surpass me? Subscribe please. Outside the Milky Way star region, 3 figures converged. These 3 figures were the very trio who had previously attempted to assassinate Lin Yuan. At this moment, the 3 8th layer invincibles were looking horrified and weak. In order to escape from the Galaxy Master's pursuit, they had paid a heavy price. The Galaxy Master, how can he be so strong? One of the figures trembled as he spoke. Initially, the 5 8th layer invincibles thought the mission to assassinate a newly advanced to the 8th rank evolver would be simple. Wasn't it meant to be an easy catch? Even if that Galaxy Master was a genius, what of it? But reality had slapped them in the face. If they hadn't run so quickly, they would probably have been left behind in the Milky Way star region forever. Although the 3 8th layer invincibles each had an avatar, they had invested countless resources into creating these avatars, and losing one would cause them long-lasting heartache. How did the insect race conduct their business, not even clearing up the Galaxy Master's background before sending us to assassinate him? The second 8th layer invincible couldn't help but protest. The Galaxy Master was too strong. So strong that it made the hearts of 8th layer invincibles tremble. Under such circumstances, there was undoubtedly a problem with the insect race. Yeah, how did the insect race collect their intelligence? The third 8th layer invincible also complained discontentedly. On the Milky Way main star, countless evolvers were watching the recent events with utter shock. What had they seen? 5 8th layer invincible different species were easily repelled by the Galaxy Master? Ordinary evolvers couldn't see much, only knowing that the 5 8th layer invincibles had retreated on their own accord. But 8th rank evolvers could roughly see that the Galaxy Master was pursuing and effortlessly striking down the 2 8th layer invincibles. Striking down 8th layer invincibles? These were completely incompatible terms. Even if an 8th layer invincible were to be struck down, it would be by a 9th-rank strong one or by certain war weapons. Struck down by a newly advanced to the 8th-rank Galaxy Master? Had the world gone mad? When did the Star-Lord become so strong? How could I possibly feel that those 8th-layer Invincibles are so weak? How could 8th-layer Invincibles be weak? Did you forget the spatial pressure they caused the moment those 5 different species appeared? It's not the 8th-layer Invincibles being weak, it's the Star-Lord that's too strong. Chunbo and Jolly, 2 8th-rank evolvers on the Milky Way main star, were excitedly discussing among themselves. Humpy and Blue Eyes were the same, staring in shock at the Galaxy Master revealing the strength to easily subdue 8th-layer Invincibles. They had followed the Chikuan Star-Lord and knew well the power of 8th-layer Invincibles. Not even the Chikuan Star-Lord could strike down an 8th-layer Invincible. Suppressing an 8th-layer Invincible was possible, but to defeat or even kill was as hard as ascending to heaven. The Galaxy Master? Outside the Milky Way main star, Captain Nolan was parched, as he had seen even more than those 8th-rank evolvers on the star. From the moment those 5 8th-layer invincible different species appeared, to their panicked escape, he had seen it all. The myth of 8th-layer Invincibles has been broken by the Galaxy Master. Nolan thought rapidly. The so-called myth of 8th-layer Invincibles was that they were absolutely invincible among their peers and could not be killed by another of the same rank. 8th-layer Invincibles were the absolute peak within the 8th layer, and so on. To strike down an 8th-layer Invincible, there were only 2 methods. One was for a higher-rank strong one to act, the other was to wield some powerful external force. Here, external force referred to weapons, artifacts for attack, treasures, and so on. On the battlefields of different races, occasionally there would be a spectacle of strong ones wielding supreme weapons. That was external force. But the Galaxy Master had not used any external forces just now. This fact was clear to those 5 8th-layer Invincibles, and Nolan was clear on it as well. Not using external forces, yet easily killing 8th-layer Invincibles. Wasn't this a shattering of the myth?
Whoosh.
Just as Captain Nolan was still in shock, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was none other than the Galaxy Master. "I'll be taking these Tai Micro Clear Crystals," Lin Yuan said. He had been intending to collect the Tai Micro Clear Crystals when he was interrupted by the 5 8th-layer Invincibles. Now that he had dealt with them, he naturally planned to finish what he had been doing. "Very well. Galaxy Master, please sign for them," Nolan immediately reacted. He then said with utmost respect. Nolan's reverence came completely from the heart, without any other factors. Before this day, Nolan's respect for Lin Yuan stemmed from his background, talent, and various other aspects. But now it was entirely because of strength. Just like numerous evolvers from human civilization who revered the 9 supreme beings. As Lin Yuan confirmed his identity and signed for the delivery. With a thought, he started transferring one space device after another from the battleship into his inner world. The Tai Micro Clear Crystals purchased with 80,000 cubic universe crystals were amassed, enough to match the size of dozens of planets. Captain Nolan was close to the peak of the 8th rank, and his inner world spanned only a few thousand miles in radius, incapable of accommodating all the Tai Micro Clear Crystals. And as for putting space devices filled with massive amounts of Tai Micro Clear Crystals into one's inner world, that depended on the bearing limit of the inner world itself. A space device containing a planet-sized amount of materials couldn't be stored within an inner world the size of a few hundred miles in radius. But for Lin Yuan, these Tai Micro Clear Crystals were not a problem. Even without having expanded it, Lin Yuan's inner world was already tens of millions of miles in radius. Forget 80,000 cubic universe crystals worth of Tai Micro Clear Crystals, even 800,000 cubic universe crystals worth could be easily accommodated. Inside the palace on the Milky Way main star, after Lin Yuan had taken all the Tai Micro Clear Crystals into his inner world, he returned directly here. Let's take a look at the spoils of war. With a thought, Lin Yuan made 2 spatial wrists appear before him. All credit goes to the original author. Enjoyed this story? Subscribe for daily uploads and more amazing content. Have a novel you want us to cover? Leave your requests in the comments. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Comprehension ability. Creating and teaching the Tao in various worlds. Chapter 5 Chikuan Star Lord. My disciple surpassed me? Please subscribe. _2. These 2 space bracelets, taken from the 2 invincible 8th layer beings Lin Yuan defeated, along with the essence and blood released from the disintegration of their physical bodies and their weapons and treasures, were all collected. So wealthy. Lin Yuan briefly inspected the haul, and a smile emerged on his face. Within the 2 space bracelets, the cosmic crystals alone amounted to more than 200,000, not to mention the other treasures and weapons. If converted into cosmic crystals, it too would be a sizable income. Lin Yuan roughly calculated the total value of the gains from killing the 2 8th layer invincibles, which was close to 500,000 cosmic crystals. Which is to say, on average, each 8th layer invincible contributed 250,000 cosmic crystals to Lin Yuan. In fact, this was also the normal worth of an 8th layer invincible. Neither Dark-Scale Race Sarath nor the other 8th layer invincible had ever considered that anything could go wrong with their mission to assassinate the Milky Way Star Lord. The Milky Way Star region was located at the edge of human civilization territory, and the worst outcome would have been the failure of the assassination, allowing them to escape unscathed. They never expected to be completely defeated by Lin Yuan. Therefore, the avatars of these 2 8th layer invincibles carried a large number of cosmic crystals and treasures because they perceived there to be no risk in the assassination task. Is this memory poison? Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly. Within the space bracelet of Dark-Scale Race Sarath, he discovered this peculiar item. The different species really intend to completely kill me? Lin Yuan was well aware of the effect of memory poison, a remarkable item targeting the memory level from which not even a resurrection by a supreme being could save one. Unfortunately, memory poison is ineffective against me. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Let alone his surge in strength after the 8th traversal to a level comparable to a 9th rank powerhouse. Even without this traversal, the soul-settling pearl bestowed by Xia Qin Supreme Being would be enough to block the invasion of the memory poison. Although it's useless to me, the worth of such a peculiar item is immeasurable. Lin Yuan carefully stored away the memory poison. I've broken even in an instant. Lin Yuan's spirit was delighted. He had just been reluctant to spend 80,000 cubic universe crystals on the Tai Micro Clear Crystal, but in the blink of an eye, he harvested treasures worth 500,000 cosmic crystals. Not only had he recouped his investment, but he also made a substantial profit. And this was excluding the memory poison. Because Lin Yuan did not know the value of the memory poison, but he was certain that it was worth far more than several 100,000 cosmic crystals. With this memory poison, I could completely kill a peerless genius of a different species. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Not just the insect race and other peak clans that collect the names of human geniuses for their assassination lists, rewarding the killers with generous prizes for each kill. Human civilization also compiled lists of peerless geniuses from other peak clans, and one could earn a significant number of merit points as a reward for permanently eliminating a threat to human civilization. If I had known, I should have kept those 3 other 8th layer invincibles. Lin Yuan felt some regret, unaware that these 8th layer different species invaders would carry so many treasures and cosmic crystals into the human civilization territory. Virtual world. Personal space. The Chikuan Star Lord sat opposite the White Light Star Lord.
What did you say?
The different species sent 5 8th layer invincibles to assassinate my disciple. The Chikuan Star Lord was shocked. The moment White Light Star Master detected the arrival of the 5 8th layer invincible aliens outside the Milky Way main star, he split off a strand of consciousness into the virtual world to contact the Chikuan Star Lord. Don't worry, I will use the secret treasure, White Heart Flame.